This honorable court now to be sitting. The order of his lordship Justice Arnold was in the also goes on turn
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, please.
Good morning, everyone. In matter of CR 35 of 2012, CR 36 of 2012, and CR 18 of 2014, King against Michael, Misick, and others.
Yes. This morning, as you know, is the morning we will deliver the decision in this matter. There is a rather lengthy written decision, which you will receive as soon as we finish today's proceedings. Yeah. What I have attempted to do is to summarize it to make it less painful for all of us. But in some instances, I will be reading directly from the judgment. But it will still, even in spite of this summary, it will still take some time. So let's start. Count 1 charges Mr. Misick, Mr. Michael Misick, with bribery in relation to the beaches expansion project during the period 1st June 2004 and 31st of March 2007. Mr. Misick was the Chief Minister of the TCI from the 15th of August 2003 and later became the country's first premier when the 2006 Constitution was passed. He resigned as premier on the 23rd of March 2009. The material facts of the case are largely undisputed. It is not disputed that 2 plots of Crown land required for the expansion project, comprising 1.5 acres and 1.34 acres, were sold to Beaches at a reduced price, saving Beaches $862,000. The stamp duty on 20 parcels of land purchased by Beaches was reduced from $2.497 million to $1 million, saving Beaches $1.497 million. A cultural market earmarked for a location required by Beaches for their expansion was relocated. Provo Water Company, which held a lease over a portion of land required by Beaches, was made to relocate their installations. Certain concessions granted to Beaches in connection with the proposed expansion were viewed as overly generous by the governor and by Rondalee Braffett Knowles, who was the senior officer at the AG's chambers. These included exemptions from and reductions in the payment of customs duties and taxes on profits. It is also not in dispute that certain payments were made by Unique Vacations Incorporated a company based in Miami, which was responsible for reservations, sales, marketing, advertising, and promotion of the Sandals brand, which included beaches. Gordon Arthur Stewart, commonly known as Bush Stewart, was the chairman of Sandals, and Dr. Jeffrey Pine, its treasurer. At the direction of Dr. Pine, payments were made by UVI as follows. And I refer to paragraph 111 to 115 of the judgment, which sets out the payments. 3 payments via wire transfer were made by UVI to Prestigious Properties Limited. 500, which comprised of $500,000 on 4th March 2005, $350,000 on 21st July 2005, and $150,000 on 21st of December 2005. Prestigious Properties Limited was registered in Providenciales on the 22nd of September 1995. Mr. Misick was a director from the 5th of November 1997 to 29th April 2011. The shareholders listed in the Financial Services Commission records are C. Washington Misick 1 share, Michael Misick 20 shares, C. Washington Misick 59 shares, Philip Misick 20 shares. 3 payments were made via wire transfer from UVI to Chalmers Misick and Company FCIB account, comprising $200,000 on the 6th of March 2006, $150,000 on the 10th of March 2006, and $150,000 on 29th of March 2006. 2 payments were made by UVI via wire transfer to Misick and Stanbrook, comprising, that's a firm of attorneys who are acting for beaches in Providenciales. The payments were $150,000 on 27th of October 2006 and $362,332 on the 18th of January 2007. Misick and Stanbrook made payments by check dated 30th of October 2006 of $150,000 to PNP, that's the Progressive National Party account, and $350,000 to the party's account by check dated 22nd of January 2007. The disbursement of the funds are also not disputed. The disbursements of the funds by Prestigious Properties Limited and Chalmers Misick and Company are detailed in paragraphs 116 and 117 of the judgment, which I will not read. Suffice it to say, the funds received by PPL, if I may abbreviate the name, and Chalmers Misick and Company were disbursed for the personal benefit of Mr. Misick and his wife, Lisa Ray Misick, or rather, Lisa Ray McCoy. Mr. Misick, as he was entitled to do, elected to give no evidence and to call no witnesses in his defense. The court draws no inferences or no adverse inferences from the exercise of the right not to call evidence. Mr. Peterson, senior counsel on Mr. Misick's behalf, has made oral and written submissions seeking to persuade the court to find that the Crown has not proved its case to the criminal standard. The main thrust of the submissions was that payments that were made by UVI to PPL, Chalmers & Co. and to Misick and Stanbrook for transmission to the PNP were in fact political donations. Mr. Peterson pointed out that at the time there was no legislation regulating political funding. The Political Activities Ordinance did not come into operation until the 20th of August 2012. Before that, there was no law to control the size of political donations or how they should be spent. Faced with the undisputed evidence that the payments were disbursed for the personal benefit of Mr. Misick and his wife, Mr. Peterson asked the court to find that there was a rebuttable presumption that there was an implied understanding within the party that Mr. Misick could draw on the funds at will, as and when a need arose, and that there was a commingling of funds, presumably party funds, and Mr. Misick's personal funds. Suffice it to say, there is no evidence in the case that supports the finding of such a presumption. The clear evidence that exists is that the funds were in fact disbursed for the personal benefit of Mr. Misick and his wife. Further, Mr. Peterson pointed out that the concessions which were granted by the TCIG, that's the TCI government, to beaches, fell short of what they requested and were in fact within the confines of the Encouragement of Development Ordinance. These statements are undoubtedly true. Of course, it does not follow from this that the payments were made by beaches, that the payments made by beaches were not intended to influence Mr. Misick in his decisions and were not received as such by him. The concessions which were in fact granted to beaches, while falling short of those requested, were undoubtedly advantageous to beaches. Helpfully, the Crown and the defense have agreed legal directions and have proposed a route to verdict, which the court has accepted and applied in coming to a verdict. The route to verdict on the bribery counts as 1 to 3 was framed as 4 questions the court was required to answer. The first question was, were the payments made directly or indirectly by beaches, Gordon Stewart, Jeffrey Pine, and or related entities to Mr. Misick between the dates set out in count 1. The second question was whether Mr. Misick was a minister of the Crown when he directly or indirectly received the payment. There is no dispute that the payments were made and that Mr. Misick was a minister of the Crown at the material time. Mr. Peterson acknowledged in his oral closing submissions that the first and second questions are not in issue. The third question relates to the intention of beaches, Gordon Stewart and Dr. Pine. Were the payments intended to induce Mr. Misick to act in a way that was corrupt and therefore contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity, which he owed to the Crown? In considering the intention of the persons and or entities making the payments, the court considered the evidence, including the matters listed at paragraph 182 of the judgment. And I'll read paragraph 182. 182. The Crown relies on circumstantial evidence to prove that the intention of the persons or entities who made the payments was to induce Mr. Misick to act in a corrupt manner. Among the items of evidence that the Crown alleges demonstrate that intention are A, the passing of funds through different corporate entities, B, the deliberate misdescription of the reason for the payments, C, the passing of the funds through Chalmers Misick and Company, D, the absence of any legal business between the attorneys and Mr. Misick, E, the commingling of the funds with other funds in clients' accounts, F, the absence of ledgers showing the receipt and disbursement of clients' funds, G, the rapid disbursement of payments upon receipt for the direct or indirect benefit of Mr. Misick, H, the coincidence of the payments with decisions made by Mr. Misick that directly or indirectly provided benefits to beaches, and I, the absence of any evidence that the payments represented political donations or any other legitimate purpose. The factors listed in paragraph 182 are discussed further in paragraphs 184 to 193. Having closely considered the evidence, the court draws the inescapable inference that the payments were made with the intention of inducing Mr. Misick to act corruptly. The fourth and final question concerns the state of mind of Mr. Misick. Did he knowingly and intentionally receive the payments as an inducement for him to act corruptly? Of course, there is no direct evidence of the state of mind of Mr. Misick. The court is required to consider the undisputed evidence and draw reasonable inferences from it as to Mr. Misick's knowledge and intention. The court has examined the evidence closely, including the factors mentioned at paragraph 220, which I will refer to. Paragraph 220 states, the court now considers the reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence outlined above with respect to the concessions, reduction in price and stamp duty on the purchase of Crown lands, the alacrity and enthusiasm with which Mr. Misick pursued the interests of the developer, the failure of Mr. Misick to disclose the payments, the speed with which the payments were disbursed, and the evidence that the disbursements were made for the direct or indirect benefit of Mr. Misick. These matters are expanded in paragraphs 221 to 231, and the court will refer to three of these paragraphs. Paragraph 221. The concessions, reduction in price and stamp duty, and the urgency with which the TCIG moved to relocate the cultural market and to cancel the Provo lease all evince a clear intention to benefit the developer. The speed at which Mr. Misick moved to provide significant benefits to beaches, together with the receipt of payments, sometimes in close proximity in time to favorable decisions or actions taken, lead to the inexorable inference that his decisions and actions were taken to provide significant benefits to beaches in exchange for financial rewards from them. This inference is supported by the evidence of a meeting between Mr. Misick and Dr. Pine on or about the 20th of December 2005, at which a reduction in stamp duty of $1.497 million was agreed, and correspondence between Mr. Misick and his brother Ariel Misick QC, who was acting for Beach's Sandals. Further, Mr. Misick's failure to disclose the receipt of the payments from Beach's in his annual declaration in the register supports the reasonable inference that Mr. Misick knew that the payments were corrupt. The passing of payments through UVI to PPL, rather than to amend directly to Mr. Misick directly, further supports the inference that there was a deliberate intention to disguise the payments. The rapid disbursement of the funds once received also supports the inference that Mr. Misick must have known of the receipt of the funds into the PPL account and set about disposing the funds quickly to avoid detection. The same reasonable inference may be drawn from the passing of funds by UVI through the client account of Chalmers Misick and Company, and their rapid disbursement for the direct or indirect benefit of Mr. Misick by his brother, Thomas Chalmers Misick, who I will refer in the judgment to, for the sake of abbreviation, to TCM. The reasonable and compelling inference that must be drawn from the evidence is that there was a deliberate strategy to disguise the funds and to channel them into accounts not directly traceable to Mr. Misick. The disbursement of the funds for the benefit of Mr. Misick clearly supports the reasonable inference that the funds paid through PPL and Chalmers Misick and Company client accounts were intended to be applied for his benefit. A clear inference may be equally drawn that TCM must have received instructions from Mr. Misick to disburse the funds to pay debts and expenses incurred by Mr. Misick and his wife. The further compelling inference was that Mr. Misick must have known of the receipt of the funds into TCM's client account and gave instructions to TCM to make the disbursements. How else would TCM know the amounts to be paid, for example, for Mr. Misick's wedding caterers and to Brilliantmont International School for Mr. Misick's wife's daughter's school fees? Having considered the evidence carefully, the court draws the reasonable and compelling inference that Mr. Misick received the payments knowingly and intentionally as inducements for him to act corruptly. In coming to this conclusion, the court is not unmindful of Mr. Peterson's submission that the proposed expansion project was significant rather for the economic development of the TCI, and the enthusiasm and urgency shown by Mr. Misick with respect to furthering the development should be seen in that light. Further, the grant of concessions to the developer was a matter of political judgment to be weighed against the potential economic benefits to the TCI. While this may be so, the fact that a project may be of economic benefit to the country can provide no lawful justification for receiving direct or indirect benefits from a developer, which are intended as inducements to treat the developer favorably. The inference that a public official's actions, though motivated by financial benefit, will bring economic benefits to the country is not inconsistent with guilt in receiving unlawful benefits. Having considered all 4 questions in the route to verdict, the court answers the questions in the affirmative and comes to the conclusion that Mr. Misick is guilty on the first count. In coming to this verdict, beyond reasonable doubt, the court is mindful of the previous good character of Mr. Misick, a person of prominence in the society who has held high office. The court has considered that a man of mature years in his position is less likely to commit this offense, having not previously offended against the criminal law. That being so, the court finds that the evidence in this case was so overwhelming that the propensity direction did not sway the court away from the verdict it came to. Now turn to count 2.
Oh, Jesus.
Count 2 involves Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. They are both charged with bribery in connection with a resort complex on the island of Salt Key. It is alleged that between January 2005 and 30th April 2009, they accepted inducements directly or indirectly from Mario Hoffman and or related or connected entities by unlawful corrupt payments or other rewards in the form of cash, credit, entertainment, and other advantages, while serving as ministers in the government of TCI, so that they would act in a way that was contrary to the ordinary rules of honesty and integrity expected of ministers of the crown. Mario Hoffman is a Slovakian national who was interested in investing in a resort on Salt Key. As the project expanded, he required more land. He was initially granted 11.5 acres of crown land for the development. A further 13.9 acres of crown land was granted to Caribbean Island Investment Company Limited, a company which Mr. Hoffman had bought. The Executive Council also approved a conditional purchase lease of approximately 30 acres of crown land, followed by a 99-year lease of a 99-year lease of 238.722 acres of crown land for a golf course. Cabinet also approved the sale of 41.5 acres of crown land at a belonger discount of 50%. In August 2007, Cabinet agreed to the sale of a further 122 acres of crown land and a 99-year lease of 479.1 acres, and a lease with an option to purchase a further 167 acres. In June 2007, Cabinet approved the construction of a port on Salt Key by Salt Key DevCo Limited at a cost of $3 million to be set off against the purchase price of $6,102,000 for the 122 acres. Cabinet further agreed to the improvement of the harbor and the airstrip on Salt Key at a cost of $15 million, as well as the grant to the developers of the exclusive right to manage the dock and the airport for 20 years. The Crown alleges that Mr. Misick accepted the sum of $13,281,241 in corrupt payments and benefits between 1st January 2005 and 30th April 2009, directly or indirectly from Mr. Hoffman and or related entities. Among these benefits were the grant of an American Express Centurion card through J&T Banker with a guarantee of $75,000, later increased to $200,000. An Amex card, to abbreviate the American Express. An Amex card was granted as well to Mr. Misick's wife. A loan of $1 million, later increased to $2 million, was granted by Arling Anstalt, which was used to pay for expenditure on the Amex card. Between 2006 to 2009, the expenditure on Mr. Misick's and his wife's cards was estimated to be $4.881 million. A loan of $6 million from J&T Banker was granted in April 2007. A villa in the Dominican Republic for which Harbor Management Development Limited, a company owned by Mr. Hoffman, paid the purchase price of $3 million. The sum of $274,621.81 was transferred from Miller Simons O'Sullivan's Terrapin client account to pay Mr. Misick's expenditure on his Amex card. The court has considered Mr. Peterson's submissions with respect to the payments and benefits received by Mr. Misick. J&T Banker and Arling Anstalt. I'm sorry, let me read that over. The court has considered Mr. Peters' submissions with respect to the payments and benefits received by Mr. Misick through J&T Banker and Arling Anstalt. The court is unable to agree with them for the reasons set out at paragraph 441, and I'll refer to paragraph 441. The court is unable to agree with Mr. Peterson's submission that there is no evidence that Mr. Hoffman had anything to do with the grant by J&T Banker of the Amex card and the $6 million loan, and that these transactions were bona fide commercial transactions. In coming to this finding, the court has taken into account the following matters. While Mr. Hoffman was not a director or shareholder of J&T Banker, Mr. Hoffman clearly had a good...
Sorry to interrupt you, but I understand that the internet may have disconnected and that therefore people who've logged in with an interest in your lordship's ruling can no longer hear.
I see. How long ago this happened?
Well, maybe 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes, Lord. We were hoping it was just a glitch for a moment or two, but it seems that it has dropped down completely.
I see.
It's a different system it's transmitting this, but I suspect not.
All right, but perhaps then I will.
May I just have a moment? Because one of my juniors who has logged in is still connected, so I'm not sure. Everybody in the UK is connected. Yeah. Who's not? What does it mean? Say it's back up.
It's back up?
It is, thank you, Lord.
Very well, thank you. So I was referring to paragraph 441 of the judgment. The court is unable to agree with Mr. Peterson's submission that there is no evidence that Mr. Hoffman had anything to do with the grant by J&T Banker of the Amex card and the $6 million loan. And that these transactions were bona fide commercial transactions. Finding, the court has taken into account the following matters. While Mr. Hoffman was not a director or shareholder of J&T Banker, Mr. Hoffman clearly had a good relationship with the bank through his company, Istro Capital, so much so The JNT banker agreed to provide financing for the project by the grant of a loan facility of $36 million. There's evidence that by October 2005, Mr. Misick had developed a personal relationship with Mr. Hoffman and traveled to Slovakia by private jet in October 2005 to meet with Mr. Hoffman. It is highly unlikely that a politician in the TCI should choose to apply to a Slovakian bank with, excuse me. I'm told that the internet is down again. 5 minutes. All right. I'm told it will take about 5 minutes, so I'll rise for a short while. And yes, I'll return in 5 minutes.
Just surprised you're out.
What a leap. Yeah.
Yes, so we resume where we left off. We were looking at paragraph 441. It is highly unlikely that a politician in TCI should choose to apply to a Slovakian bank with whom on the evidence he had no prior relationship for an Amex Centurion card carrying guarantees of $75,000 and $200,000, and later should be granted a loan facility of $6 million. It is highly unlikely that a prudent banker would grant these facilities to an applicant who, on the evidence, was not an existing customer and whose income at the time was $152,829.11 per annum, or approximately $13,000 per month. The interest payment on the loan would work out to be about $51,250 per month, about 4 times Mr. Misick's monthly salary. Mr. Misick had a choice with respect to the term of payment, 1 year, 5 years, or over 5 years. He chose 1 year, incurring what would be a monthly average installment of $500,000 plus interest at 10.25% per month. There is no evidence of any attempt by Mr. Misick to repay the loan. Under the loan agreement, the principal and interest was due on the 29th of April 2008. It was not until the 29th of December 2009 that J&T Banker took steps to recover the loan of $6 million, together with interest of $1,807,835.80, and the sum of $415,064.64 owing on the Amex Centurion card, plus $26,496.75 in interest. The court has noted Mr. Peterson's submissions with respect to the ownership of Villa 127 Seahorse Ranch. Mr. Peterson has submitted that there is no evidence that Mr. Misick is the beneficial owner of the villa. The undisputed facts are that Harbor Management Development Limited, a company registered in Cyprus, owned by Mr. Misick, provided the purchase price.
Mr. Hoffman.
I'm sorry, I didn't say Mr. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Owned by Mr. Hoffman is what I have here. Provided the purchase price. All the arrangements for the acquisition of the villa were made by Guzman and Associates on the instructions of TCM, who eventually acquired the shares of SHR Solar 127 SA, which owned the villa. The question is, why would Mr. Hoffman expend $3 million to purchase a villa in the Dominican Republic for TCM? TCM was in no position to further the interests of Mr. Hoffman. The overwhelming evidence in the case is that TCM was receiving funds from various sources and disbursing them for Mr. Misick's benefit. The irresistible inference in this case is that TCM holds the legal title as a front for his brother, Mr. Misick, and the court makes this finding as a finding of fact. The court will now consider the 4 questions posed in the route to verdict. Questions 1 and 2 are not disputed. The payments were made by Mr. Hoffman and or related entities, directly or indirectly, for the benefit of Mr. Misick at the time when he was a minister of the Crown. The 3rd question involves the intention of Mr. Hoffman or related entities in making the payments. Were they made with the intention of inducing Mr. Misick to act corruptly? The evidence is that between the 14th of December 2005 and the 16th of January 2007, $650,000 was transferred from Miller Simons O'Sullivan to the PNP. Miller Simons O'Sullivan were acting for Mr. Hoffman in his dealings in Providenciales, or rather in the TCI. The court considers the size of the payments as well as the context in which they were made and the favorable terms granted to the developers. Notably, a reduction in the purchase price of 41.5 acres of Crown land from 9.5 million to 4.25 million. The granting of a belonger discount of 50% when no belonger participation at the material time existed. The sale of 100 acres at $50,000 an acre for land subsequently valued at $12.932 million, and the lease of 238.72 acres of land for 99 years at an annual rent of $1 per acre. The annual rental assessed by the valuation division was $194,000. In addition to the $650,000 donated to the PNP, Mr. Misick and his wife were granted Amex cards on which they expended approximately $4.88 million and a $6 million loan from JNT Banker. Received a $2 million loan from Harding Anstott, a company originally formed by Mr. Hoffman. A $3 million villa in the Dominican Republic paid for by HMDL, that's Hammer Management Development Limited, and approximately $500,000 disbursed for his benefit from funds received from HMDL through TCM in perpetual pursuance of a cooperation termination agreement. The evidence further reveals that Mr. Hoffman's companies benefited from generous concessions with respect to stamp duties and customs duties, as well as the exclusive right to manage the port and airport on Salt Key for a period of 20 years. When viewed in the context of ongoing negotiations for ever-increasing acreages of land, the approval of sales and leases on terms substantially below market values determined by the valuation department, and generous concessions, the inference becomes quite compelling that the intention of Mr. Hoffman and his related entities in making payments directly or indirectly for Mr. Misick's benefit was to induce him to act corruptly. The fourth question is whether the payments and benefits were knowingly and intentionally received by Mr. Misick as an inducement to act corruptly. The court considered this issue at paragraphs 480 to 491, which I will refer to. We start with paragraph 480. The clear and compelling inference to be drawn from the evidence is that Mr. Misick had knowledge of the payments. With respect to the payments made directly to Chalmers and Misick and Company, the inference is clear. How else would TCM know how to make disbursements which were undoubtedly for Mr. Misick's or his wife's benefit? The payments made were for specific amounts to specific payees. This inexorable inference is that Mr. Misick and his wife provided the details of the intended payees and the exact amount to be paid. The question that has to be answered is whether Mr. Misick received these benefits and payments knowingly and intentionally as inducements for him to act corruptly. In deciding this issue, the court takes into account the following factors. Mr. Misick did not disclose in his declaration to the Registrar of Interest the trip to Slovakia, the grant of the Amex card, and his loan from JNT Banker and Harding Anstott. The grant of request from Mr. Hoffman for increasing acreages for Crown land, the valuation of Crown lands conveyed or leased, and the actual prices agreed by Cabinet on the recommendation of Mr. Misick. The concessions granted to Mr. Hoffman or his related entities, the grant of belongership status to Mr. Hoffman and the discounts granted on the sale of Crown land, the reversal of the decision to refuse planning permission for the barge dock, and the grant of rights to manage the port and airport. In considering these matters, the court bears in mind the submissions of senior counsel that the investments in Salt Key were risky, involved substantial sums of money, and were extremely important for the development of the island. The concessions that were granted were within the statutory limits imposed by the Encouragement of Development Ordinance. The concerns expressed by the governor and Mrs. Rondalee Rapid Knowles, was it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, yes. Who I have abbreviated RBK, that's why I couldn't remember. The concerns expressed by the governor and RBK were in fact their opinions only. The decisions taken by Mr. Misick were a matter of political judgment, balancing the need for development of Salt Key against perceived advantage for the investor, and the urgency to ensure that the proposed investment was not lost required the direct engagement of the TCIG with the developer in order to avoid bureaucratic delay and the use of oral mentions. In deciding the intention of Mr. Misick in receiving the financial benefits from Mr. Hoffman, the court must weigh in the balance, among other things, the reduction in the purchase price of the 41 acres of Crown land from 9.5 million to 4.25 million, which included a 50% belonger discount and a further reduction of $500,000. At the time of the cabinet decision on 23 August 2006, Mr. Hoffman was not a belonger. He became a belonger on the 17th of November 2006, when the certificate of belongership was signed by the governor. The query on this issue from Glenda Clark of the AG Chambers drew a sharp rebuke from Mr. Hanchell. The lease of 99 years at $1 per acre per year of 238.72 acres of land valued at 7.76 million by Mr. Hoser. The decision of cabinet on the 11th April 2007 on a paper presented by Mr. Hanchell to sell 122.14 acres of Crown land for $6,102,000 without a valuation of 100 acres at an arbitrary value of $50,000 per acre. The 100 acres was subsequently valued by Mr. Hoser at 12.932 million. The agreement of cabinet on 29th August 2007 to grant a 99-year lease of a further 637.15 acres of Salt Key. The reversal of the refusal of planning permission for the construction of a barge dock, following a heated meeting at Mr. Misick's office on the 9th of January 2009, at which Clyde Robinson, the Director of Planning, was subjected to obscene verbal abuse by Mr. Hanchell. The practice of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell to inform Mr. Hoffman promptly of favorable cabinet decisions. The rejection by Mr. Misick of concerns raised by the governor and RBK as to the extent of concessions, acreages granted, and the concessions granted to the developers to manage
from you, man. Justin? Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't have meeting. Oh, somebody put it on.
Yeah, it's working now.
Yes, we were at paragraph 488 of the judgment. I'll continue from the second line, second sentence, third sentence rather. The fact that the intended investment would substantially benefit the economy of Salt Key and TCI does not in any way detract from the fact that Mr. Misick received these benefits from an investor who was actively engaged in negotiations with his government and who was being granted generous concessions and reduced prices on very large acreages of land, substantially below valuations carried out by the chief valuation officer. From all these circumstances set out above, the court comes to the clear and compelling inference that Mr. Misick knowingly and intentionally received the benefits and payments as an inducement for him to act corruptly, and therefore contrary to the obligations of honesty and integrity which he had as a minister of the Crown. The court makes this finding beyond reasonable doubt, bearing in mind that if there are other inferences open to the court which weaken the Crown's case or are inconsistent with guilt, the court must come to a verdict of not guilty. The court found no such inferences. Follows that this court finds Mr. Misick guilty on count 2. In coming to this verdict, the court expressly takes into account the propensity limit of the good character direction as laid down in VI. We now turn to the case against Mr. Hanchell on count 2. The case for the Crown is that between the 1st January 2005 and 30th of April 2009, Mr. Hanchell received accepted inducements directly or indirectly from Mr. Hoffman or his related and connected entities by unlawful corrupt payments or other rewards such as credit while he was a minister of the TCI government. The inducements which Mr. Hanchell received through Mr. Hoffman in connection with the Stolke project are alleged to be the grant of an Amex Centurion card to himself and subsequently to his wife through JNT Banker, the disbursement of funds by TCN from the receipt of the $6 million loan on behalf of Mr. Misick in May and June 2007, used to make payments for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell as follows. $450,000 to South Point Limited for the construction of Mr. Hanchell's house by Arlington Musgrove, the controller of Jaffa Limited. $77,500 as a deposit towards Mr. Hanchell's Gulf Coast condominium. $368,241.02 to Saunders and Company, Mark, Hanchell loan repayment and interest. $40,564 paid towards expenditure on Mr. Hanchell's Amex card. $100,000 by check to HID Limited per client instructions deposited into an FCIB account in the name of Hanchell and Mr. Hanchell and his wife. On behalf of Mr. Hanchell, Mr. Lynch, case is submitted. Mr. Hanchell was a successful businessman who, through his companies, AL Services and Caicos Oil, earned a personal income of $6.5 million between 2004 and 2009, less $900,000 borrowed from Saunders and Kay, which he repaid. Being a man of substantial means, Mr. Hanchell did not need to take bribes. Mr. Hanchell's Amex cards showed expenditure of $1.5 million between April 2007 to August 2008, which was, in Mr. Lynch's words, unremarkable given his business interests. He borrowed prolifically, often between friends or trusted business associates, as Mr. Lynch put it, on a handshake, that is, without the need for written agreements. Any money that was provided to Mr. Hanchell that the Crown alleges was a bribe was a legitimate loan that had nothing to do with Solkey or West Caicos. Any concessions granted were well within the perimeters set out in the legislation and Crown land policies. In fact, much larger concessions could have been offered. The hands-on approach of Mr. Hanchell was as a direct result of issues with the public service and government departments that created delays and did not operate with the expediency and efficiency required by developers seeking to invest large sums of money in the islands. Mr. Lynch further pointed to his client's good character, which the court expressly acknowledges and takes into account in its deliberations. The following general points were also highlighted by Mr. Lynch. Ministerial code of conduct was unrealistic in that it required divestment of any outside interests or directorships which may conflict with ministerial duties. In particular, Mr. Lynch referred to the 1998 code, which did not have the force of law, but expressly prescribed the acceptance by members of any kind of favor from persons with whom they were negotiating contractual or proprietary or pecuniary relationships with the TCIG, or acceptance of gifts of substantial value from members of the public. Mr. Lynch's view was that this requirement ignores local custom. The register of interest requires a declaration of gifts. It was not necessary for Mr. Hanchell to declare loans. The governor took up his post with an agenda to obtain enough materials for initiating a commission of inquiry. The FCO chose to entrap ministers into making bad decisions to justify this agenda. Instead of instructing the governor not to sign off on any substantial land transaction without an independent report on viability and value for money, and the public service, including the AG's office, was inefficient, slow, and under-resourced, prompting ministers to take direct action to expedite processes, sometimes by bypassing established protocols. Mr. Lynch focused particularly on Clyde Robinson, the Director of Planning, as a civil servant who was clearly obstructive to the reasonable plans of the TCIG. His submission was that Mr. Robinson's approach to the barge dock and Salt Key was rigid, in that he could have granted conditional approval. His failure to do so undermined and delayed a critical government project. Mr. Lynch referred to the evidence of RBK and Clayton Bean, who both attested as to the inefficiency of the public service, and submitted that as a result, direct interaction between ministers and developers was a known, accepted, and practically necessary feature of the investment landscape, and was not inherently improper or contrary to the established procedure in the TCI. With respect to the concessions granted in respect of the Salt Key project, Mr. Lynch emphasized the remoteness of the island, the competing environment where there were more developed and better known islands, and the need to make the investment more attractive by providing sweeteners or incentives. In addition, there were the benefits to Salt Key in terms of infrastructure development, community benefits, and employment and economic activity on the island. Mr. Lynch further pointed out that Mr. Hanchell did not become Minister for Natural Resources until February 2006. The grant of the 99-year lease of 222 acres to, I believe that should be 258.72 acres, to Mr. Hoffman for the development of a golf course was a clear benefit for the development of a remote island. It was a matter of political judgment at what price the TCIG sells the land and grants concessions, balancing the risks and difficulties the developer was undertaking. Crown submits that there is no honest commercial explanation as to why Mr. Hanchell received the payments from TCM through disbursements to satisfy Mr. Hanchell's debts. The Crown further submits that the hidden financial relationship in respect of the Amex card, together with the receipt of monies through TCM, point to a corrupt relationship with the developers. responded. Court now considers the route to verdict. First question posed is whether Mr. Hoffman and or related entities directly or indirectly made payments to Mr. Hanchell. Mr. Hanchell has not denied the disbursements of the funds applied by TCM towards payment of his expenditure and debts, nor has Mr. Hanchell denied the receipt of the funds or the Amex cards received by him and his wife. Mr. Hanchell submits that the disbursements made by TCM were in fact a loan from Mr. Misick to Mr. Hanchell. The Crown has emphatically submitted that there's absolutely no evidence, documentary or otherwise, that disbursements by TCM to Hanchell were in fact loans from Mr. Misick to Mr. Hanchell. The assertion that the payments were loans from Mr. Misick arose only in the submissions of Mr. Lynch. There's no evidence to support the submission. The grant of the Amex Centurion card to Hanchell and his wife also appears to be directly traceable to Hanchell through his relationship with J&T Banker. There's no evidence of any prior banking relationship between Mr. Hanchell and J&T Banker, a bank thousands of miles away from TCI in Slovakia, with which Mr. Hoffman appears to have had an influential relationship, so much so that J&T Banker agreed to grant a loan of $36 million to finance the Solti project. The only plausible link on the evidence between Mr. Hanchell and J&T Banker is Mr. Hoffman, with whom the TCIG was engaged in active negotiations and for whom Mr. Hanchell appears to have shown appreciable enthusiasm in furthering his interests. Accordingly, the court concludes that the monies used by TCM to pay for expenditure and debts on behalf of Mr. Hanchell and the grant of the Amex Centurion cards, Mr. Hanchell and his wife are directly linked to Mr. Hoffman through his relationship with J&T Banker. The answer to question 1 is therefore answered in the affirmative. There's no issue with respect to question 2, since admittedly Mr. Hanchell was a minister of the Crown at the material time. Question 3 deals with the issue as to whether or not Mr. Hoffman or his related entities made the payments to induce Mr. Hanchell to act corruptly and contrary to obligations of honesty and integrity. The questions focuses on the intention of Mr. Hoffman in facilitating the issue of the Amex cards to Mr. Hanchell and his wife and the $6 million loan from the J&T Banker, from which approximately $900,000 was disbursed for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell. The undisputed evidence is that at the time that these facilities were provided to Mr. Hanchell, he was the Minister of Natural Resources, and Mr. Hoffman was actively engaged with TCIG in negotiations for ever increasing acreages of Crown land and concessions, such as reduced stamp duty and import duties, and discounts in the purchase price and leases of large tracts of Crown land. Mr. Hanchell became Minister of Natural Resources from the 6th of February 2006. His portfolio included the disposition of Crown lands. He was therefore in a position to facilitate Mr. Hoffman's request for large acreages of Crown land. Dispositions of Crown land to Mr. Hoffman's companies included, and I believe we have already we've already gone through that. Mr. Lynch has submitted on behalf of Mr. Hanchell that whatever monetary benefits Mr. Hanchell received were not gifts, which would require disclosure, but loans from Mr. Misick. Counsel invited the court to draw this inference from the evidence, submitting that Mr. Hanchell was independently wealthy and did not need to solicit or accept bribes, and in fact was constantly taking loans to finance its investments. which he consistently repaid. The court is unable to draw the inference suggested by counsel. There is no evidence, oral or documentary, from which the inference arises. The fact that Mr. Hanchell was independently wealthy does not negate the possibility that Mr. Hanchell was offered and accepted bribes from an investor with whom the TCIG was engaged in active negotiations and with whom Mr. Hanchell was in communication, informing Mr. Hoffman promptly of cabinet decisions. In addition, it does not follow from the fact that Mr. Hanchell regularly took loans to finance his investments and lifestyle, that the monies received indirectly through Mr. Hoffman were in fact attributed through TCM, were in fact loans, are not bribes intended by Mr. Hoffman to influence him to make decisions that were advantageous to Mr. Hoffman. From the evidence outlined above and the foregoing discussions, the court draws a compelling and irresistible inference that the facilities extended to Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Misick and the benefits and payments accruing to Mr. Hanchell as a result were intended to induce Mr. Hanchell to act in a way that was corrupt and therefore contrary to his duty to act honestly and with integrity. Court considers question 4. This question involves the knowledge and intention of Mr. Hanchell in receiving the inducements to act corruptly. It raises the issues. Did Mr. Hanchell know that the facility of the Amex cards and the payments made for his benefit through TCM were inducements from Mr. Hoffman to influence him to act corruptly? And did Mr. Hanchell intend to receive the facility and payments as inducements or rewards for him to act corruptly? There can be little doubt that Mr. Hanchell must have known of the participation of Mr. Hoffman in the grant of the Amex card to him and the disbursements made by TCM from the grant of the $6 million loan to Mr. Misick and his wife. The likelihood of Mr. Hanchell applying to a bank thousands of miles away in Slovakia for a premier credit card and being granted such a facility without having any previous banking relationship with J&T Banker is extremely remote. There is simply no evidence in the case of Mr. Hanchell having any previous relationship with J&T Banker. The evidence is that Mr. Hoffman, through Istro Capital, had an undoubtedly favorable relationship with J&T, so much so that J&T agreed to lend him $36 million to finance his investment. On the evidence, the only plausible link between Mr. Hanchell and J&T Banker was Mr. Hoffman, with whom Mr. Hanchell was in communication. The grant of the Amex card to Mr. Hanchell was approved by J&T Banker on the 12th of April 2007, just a day after Mr. Hanchell had presented a paper to Cabinet for the sale of 22.14 acres and a further 100 acres of Crown land at $50,000 per acre at a gross undervalue. Mr. Hanchell had communicated the Cabinet decision on the same date was made by letter to Mr. Hoffman. The disbursements made by TCM for Mr. Hanchell's benefit on the 15th of May 2007, the day after the $6 million loan to Mr. Misick and his wife was disbursed to Sharmas and Co., are not denied by Mr. Hanchell. Mr. Lynch suggests that the disbursements, though broken into separate transactions, were in fact part of a loan from Mr. Misick to Mr. Hanchell. The $6 million loan from J&T Banker to Mr. Misick and his wife, the court has found, was orchestrated by Mr. Hoffman to pass corrupt payments to Mr. Misick to influence him in facilitating grants of Crown land and favorable concessions to Mr. Hoffman and his related companies. A clear and compelling inference arises from the disbursements to Mr. Hanchell from the $6 million loan was was that the loan was intended to provide financial inducements to Mr. Hanchell as well as, to Mr. Hanchell as well, who as Minister of Natural Resources was well positioned to facilitate grants of Crown land and concessions. Clearly, Mr. Hanchell was well aware of the receipt of the funds by TCM and must have provided detailed instructions to TCM to disburse the funds to specified payees in specified amounts. The issue is whether Mr. Hanchell received the benefit of the Amex cards for himself and his wife, as well as the payment, intentionally knowing that they were corrupt inducements by Mr. Hoffman intended to influence him to act in a way that was contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity as a minister. To address this issue, the court must consider the conduct of Mr. Hanchell with respect to Mr. Hoffman and the Solkey project. The conduct of Mr. Hanchell displays a high level of enthusiasm to facilitate Mr. Hoffman and to accelerate cabinet consideration of the project and implementation of cabinet decisions. Examples of this enthusiasm are Mr. Hanchell's recommendations to cabinet to sell 100 acres of Crown land to Mr. Hoffman at an undervalue without the benefit of a current valuation. Mr. Hanchell was a referee for Mr. Hoffman's application for belongship status, impliedly attesting that he had known Mr. Hoffman for at least 3 years, while the evidence is that on the date of the application, Mr. Hanchell would not have known him for that period of time. Mr. Hanchell's sharp rebuke of Glenda Clark, who pointed out who pointed out that at the time cabinet approved a belonger discount of 50% for the sale to Mr. Hoffman of 41.5 acres of Crown land on the 23rd of August 2006. Mr. Hoffman did not have belongership status, which was granted on the 17th of November 2006. On the 6th of June 2007, 5 days after he received a proposal from Stefan Kral to build a port on Solkey and offset the cost from the purchase price of 122 acres, Mr. Hanchell raised the proposal by oral mention at Cabinet and secured the approval of Cabinet for the proposal, together with concessions for cargo dues, dock dues, and other duties to be suspended during construction. On the 8th of June 2007, Mr. Hanchell wrote to the directors of Solkey Resort and Spa advising of the Cabinet decision. On the 9th of January 2008, Mr. Hanchell raised by oral mention the request by representatives of Solkey Resort and Spa to purchase 3.1 acres at an open market value of $51,612.90 per acre, about 20% of the price at which nearby plots had been recently sold, and without a valuation. Mr. Hanchell further represented that the land was free from encumbrances, despite an existing lease in favor of Earth Ingham. Cabinet approved the sale, and Mr. Hanchell wrote to Stefan Kral on the same day advising him of the decision. Perhaps the most egregious example of Mr. Hanchell's enthusiasm in furthering Mr. Hoffman's interests is to be found in the controversy surrounding the refusal of planning permission for the port barge dock. Clyde Robinson, the Director of Planning, recommended to the Physical Planning Board that planning permission should be refused on the basis that the location had been shifted, and the new location did not take into consideration the environmental impact on one of the most important historical sites in the TCI. On the 17th of December 2008, the Physical Planning Board accepted Mr. Robinson's recommendation. The chairman expressing concern about the arrogance of wanting to place an industrial dock in the middle of the town without regard to Salke's heritage. The outcome of the meeting was communicated to Mr. Hanchell the same day. On the 9th of January 2009, Mr. Robinson was invited to a meeting by Mr. Hanchell at the office of the Premier. Some members of the Physical Planning Board were present, as well as Stefan Kral, Mr. Misick, and Mr. Hanchell. Meeting became heated, with Mr. Robinson and Mr. Hanchell becoming involved in a confrontation, at which Mr. Hanchell obscenely abused Mr. Robinson. The Physical Planning Board convened an extraordinary meeting the same evening and reversed its decision. Mr. Lynn submits that Mr. Robinson is a prime example of a public servant who was being obstructive and who was guilty of undermining the planning process. On the evidence before this court, Mr. Robinson was merely doing his job and carried out his duties with professionalism in the interest of the people of the TCI. The evidence is clear that the location of the port barge had been shifted from the location agreed in the development agreement and was likely to negatively impact an important historical site. There is no evidence of malafide on the part of Mr. Robinson in making his recommendation to the board to refuse planning permission. There was also no justification for the abuse he received at the meeting at Mr. Misick's office. In fact, the heated discussion in which Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell engaged and the inexplicable presence of Stefan Kral point to an unhealthy involvement of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell with Mr. Hoffman and his associates. To be clear, this court makes no finding as to the correctness of the decision to refuse or grant planning permission. The relevance of the issue lies in the conduct of Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Misick and the lengths they were prepared to go to accommodate requests by Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Lynch further submits that the concessions granted to Mr. Hoffman were within the limits of the Environmental Development Ordinance and fell short of those requested by Mr. Hoffman or his subordinates. This is undoubtedly true. While generous, as attested to by the governor and RBK, the concessions were within the statutory limits. It does not follow from this that the payments and benefits received by Mr. Hanchell through Mr. Hoffman were not bribes intended to influence him in the performance of his duties as minister. Whether or not the concessions could have been even more generous, there is no doubt that they were in fact generous, as confirmed by the evidence of the governor and by RPK, which the court accepts. As already indicated, the court has found that the grant of the Amex Centurion cards to McAllister and to Mr. Hanchell and his wife was clearly orchestrated by Mr. Hoffman, as was the loan of $6 million to Mr. Misick and his wife, out of which disbursements amounting to close to $1 million were made by TCM on the instructions of Mr. Hanchell. These payments were not part of a loan by Mr. Misick to Mr. Hanchell, as suggested by counsel. They were clearly payments to Mr. Hanchell by Mr. Hoffman to influence him or reward him for generous discounts in the purchase price of Crown lands and generous concessions. These payments made by TCM for Mr. Hanchell's benefit should have been disclosed by Mr. Hanchell in his annual declaration to the Registrar of Interest. The non-disclosure of such large payments must have been deliberate, supporting the inference that they were corrupt payments. From the evidence and the discussion above, the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Hanchell knowingly and intentionally received these benefits and monies as inducements for him to act corruptly, and therefore contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity as a minister. The court therefore finds Mr. Hanchell guilty as charged in the second count. In coming to this conclusion, the court expressly takes into account the propensity limb of the bidirection. That is, that it is less likely that a man of good character, such as Mr. Hanchell, would commit the offense of bribery, having maintained a clean record as a man of mature years. Now turn to count 3. Count 3 involves both Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. They are charged between 1st of November 2006 and the 1st of May 2008. They accepted inducements directly or indirectly from the Logwood Development Company Limited and connected entities, including Harold Charles, Alan Lisenby, Matt McDonald, and Scott Boatman, and Scott Boatman, by unlawful corrupt payments or other rewards in the form of cash, credit, entertainment, and other advantages, so that they would act in a way that was contrary to the ordinary rules of honesty and integrity expected of ministers of the Crown. Count 3 concerns the proposed development on West Caicos by Logwood Development Limited. A number of associated corporate entities became involved in the development. Among these were Logwood Hotel Development Company Limited, West Harbor Development Company Limited, and HT Limited. Harold Charles was a businessman who was paid a monthly consultancy fee of $5,000 from Logwood Hotel Development Limited and Logwood Development Company Limited. Mr. Charles controlled International Transfer Company Limited, of which he was a director and shareholder. Henry Manson was also a shareholder. Alan Lisenby, Matt McDonald, and Scott Boatman were directors of Logwood Development from the 22nd of December 2010. They were also directors of Logwood Hotel Development Company Limited. West Harbor Limited Company Limited was incorporated on the 15th of April 2003. Among its directors were Alan Lisenby and Matt McDonald. Its shareholders were Logwood Development and LHDC Holdings Limited. HT Limited was incorporated on the 5th of December 2006. Matt McDonald became its sole director on the 13th of April 2006. On the 26th of October 2006, Cabinet approved a freehold transfer of 29.52 acres of Crown land on an oral mention raised by Mr. Misick. On the 1st of November 2006, on a paper introduced by Mr. Hanchell, Cabinet approved the mutation of parcel 70100/44 to create a parcel of 25.2 acres, which it agreed to sell to Logwood Development at $30,000 per acre. By a letter agreement dated the 28th of March 2007, it was agreed that the 25.2 acre parcel would be mutated into 3 parcels, 3.12 acres and 12.6 acres to be registered to West Harbor, and 9.5 acres to ITC, that's International Transfer Company, which would be developed through a joint venture between West Harbor and ITC. ITC would be paid $3,079,305 by West Harbor to expedite the grant of a clear title, zoning, and coordination with government agencies. The agreement was signed by Mr. Charles on behalf of ITC and Alan Lisenby on behalf of West Harbor. Westco Development Group Limited, referred to as Westco, was incorporated on the 31st of December 2007. Its sole shareholder was Logwood Management Limited. Its directors were Logberg Directors Limited, Matt McDonald and Scott Boatman. On the 25th of January 2008, a further letter agreement was signed by Matt McDonald and addressed to Harold Charles at ITC. Under the agreement, Wesco agreed to pay ITC the remaining amount of $750,000, and ITC acknowledged a receipt of $1.9 million as a purchase deposit. The Crown's case is that Mr. Misick received payments and benefits directly or indirectly from the Logberg developments as an inducement for him to act corruptly. Among these payments and or benefits are a transfer of title to land to Leeward Highway 2008 Limited, wire transfers of $50,000 and $80,000 to Mr. Misick and his wife's HSBC account in Beverly Hills by TCM in November 2006. These transfers were made out of deposits of $83,000 and $33,000 paid by Mr. Charles to TCM's client account. $300,000 was transferred by TCM to J&T Banker to pay for expenditure on Mr. Misick's Amex card out of $1 million received into TCM's client account from Mr. Charles. $70,000 was paid by TCM into Mr. Misick's FCIB account on the 20th of November 2007 from $1 million received from Mr. Charles. $500,000 was transferred by TCM to Mr. Misick's J&T Banker account, paid from $500,000 received into TCM's client account from TCI Skyking, a company owned by Mr. Charles. $50,000 was transferred to Mr. Misick's and his wife's HSBC account by TCM from $700,000 received into his client account from ITC on the 10th of April 2008. $6,035.71 was paid by TCM for tuition at Buckingham University for Ms. Misick's wife's daughter, paid from the same $700,000 received from ITC. $100,000 was transferred to Mr. Misick's J&T Banker account by TCM on the 2nd of May 2005, paid from the same source. The court considered the submissions of Mr. Peterson and the response of the Crown in some detail on paragraphs 615 to 630, and I will not repeat them here. The discussion will focus on the questions raised by the route to verdict. Questions 1 and 2, as before, are not disputed. The fact of the payments and their disbursements are not in issue, nor is the fact that at the material time, Mr. Misick was a minister of the Crown. The third question involves the intention of the developers in making the payments. Did they intend to induce Mr. Misick to act in a corrupt fashion? I would refer to paragraph 659 and 640 of the judgment. The Crown alleges that the payments made by Mr. Charles to TCM for the benefit of Mr. Misick amounted to $2,706,000. The payments made to the PNP amount to $225,000. The Crown alleges that the parcel of land acquired by Leeward Highway 2008 Limited through the agency of Mr. Charles was also intended to benefit Mr. Misick. Mr. Peterson has submitted that the payments to the PNP were political donations which were received directly into the PNP bank accounts and from which there is no evidence that Mr. Misick benefited directly. The court notes that the donations were by no means insubstantial. It does not follow from the labeling of the payments as political donations, that the payments were not intended to influence Mr. Misick, the political leader of the party, from acting in a way that was corrupt and to the benefit of the developers. With respect to the parcel of land acquired by Leeward Highway 2008 Limited, Mr. Peterson has relied heavily on the fact that the resolutions signed by Mr. Charles on the 22nd of July 2007, having been the sole director and shareholder for 1 day, were not registered, and the official record of the Financial Services Commission does not reflect any connection with Mr. Misick as director or shareholder. While this is undoubtedly correct, the court must draw the appropriate inferences from the undisputed facts. Leeward Highway 2008 Limited was incorporated on the 20th of July 2007. The sole director and shareholder on the 21st of June 2007 was Mr. Charles, that's Harold Charles. Mr. Charles signed resolutions on the following day, 22nd of July 2007, purporting to appoint Mr. Misick as director and transferring his share to Mr. Misick. Mr. Charles ceased to be director on that day, that's the 22nd of July 2007, and was replaced by Sharma's Management Limited and Windsor East Limited, also which was an entity controlled by TCM. Windsor East Limited also became the sole shareholder on the same day. While it is apparent that the resolutions were not registered and the share transfer from Mr. Charles to Mr. Misick was not effected, the question remains for the court to determine what reasonable inferences are to be drawn from the undisputed fact of the existence of the resolutions. What are the inferences to be drawn as to the intention of Mr. Charles in signing the resolutions after only 1 day of becoming the sole director and shareholder, and 2 days after the company was incorporated? The evidence clearly establishes that Mr. Charles was paid as a quote-unquote consultant by Logberg Corporation and was used by the developers to distribute money through Chalmers and Company to Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. Leeward Highway 2008 Limited was undoubtedly created to hold the legal title of the parcel of land, which was adjoining the Lisa Ray McCoy Cinema Complex on the Leeward Highway. The signed resolutions dated 22nd July 2007, though unregistered, without doubt, evince an intention to make Mr. Misick the sole director and shareholder of Leeward Highways 2008 Limited, and so becoming in effect the beneficial owner of the parcel of land. The court is unable to find any other inference from the undisputed facts, which is inconsistent with the Crown's case. The issue arises, why were the resolutions signed by AC, that's Harold Charles, not registered? And why was a share transfer from Mr. Charles to Mr. Misick not executed? The answer appears to be quite obvious. If the resolutions were put into effect, the title to the land could be easily traced to Mr. Misick as sole shareholder, and further investigation would reveal the agency of Mr. Charles and its connection to Logberg developers. The court returns to the issue raised by question 3, were the payments intended to induce Mr. Misick to act in a corrupt manner? The evidence shows that as the project expanded, the developers were requesting more land, so much so that on the 31st of May 2006, Clyde Robinson, the director of planning, expressed his concern in an email to Mr. Hanchell that the Crown land already issued to Logwork Development formed a ring around the entire island of West Caicos, in spite of provision in the development plan for land to be set aside as Crown land reserve. So Robinson recommended to Mr. Hanchell that the planning department should begin planning of these lands to make them available to belongers for a specified period to prevent West Caicos from becoming a private Island. Mr. Robinson received a sharp response from Mr. Hanchell, who expressed concerns at his quote, unquote, written assumptions of the government intention and reminded him of, quote unquote, government prerogative. The Crown further relied on the evidence of Mr. Robinson that the usual processes for applications of planning permission were not followed, that the developments were allowed to choose, the developers were allowed to choose the approach they favored. The Tribunal of Fact must consider the circumstances that are relevant to the question of intention of the developments. These include the size of the payments made through Mr. Charles, the timing of the payments in the context of requests made, papers and oral mentions presented to the cabinet, and decisions made. The direct and sometimes, the indirect and sometimes disguised manner in which the payments were made through HC to TCM. The disbursement of the payments upon receipt and the speed at which the payments were disbursed. The apparent willingness to accommodate requests made by the developments for the drawdown of parcels of Crown land and mutations of parcels in line with requests made by the developers. The use of the letter agreements to create an artificial interest in the land in favor of ITC, so as to provide a legal basis to pass funds to ITC for distribution through HC, that's Harold Charles, TCM, and the creation of Leeward Highways 2008 Limited to acquire the parcel of land for the benefit of Mr. Misick. The coexistence of these circumstances and their combined effect lead the court to the inexorable and compelling conclusion, beyond reasonable doubt, that Mr. Charles and or related entities intended to induce Mr. Misick to act in a way that was corrupt and contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity as the Minister of the Crown. The remaining question is whether the payments were knowingly and intentionally received by Mr. Misick as an inducement for him to act corruptly. Mr. Misick has submitted through senior counsel that there's no evidence that he knew of the letter agreement of the 28th of March 2007 between ITC and West Harbour, or the further letter agreement dated 28th January 2008 between ITC and Mac McDonald on behalf of Westco. There's no evidence from which Tribunal of Fact safely and reasonably infer that that Mr. Misick knew that the funds that Mr. Charles paid to TCM had come from persons or entities associated with the West Caicos developers, as opposed to Mr. Charles himself. A properly directed fact finder cannot conclude on the evidence so as to be sure that Mr. Misick knew that the disbursements shown on charts 12 and 13 were being met from proceeds of a loan by Westco from Belize Bank. The issue as to Mr. Misick's knowledge of the letter agreements or the Belize Bank loan to Westco are irrelevant to the issue of his knowledge as to whether the payments received by TCM through Mr. Charles were corrupt payments, knowingly received by him as such. How the monies were raised by the logwork developments for that transmission through Mr. Charles to TCM, or Mr. Misick's knowledge of the existence and content of the letter agreements is not relevant to the issue as to Mr. Misick's knowledge or intention in receiving the monies. As to the issue as to whether the fact finder can infer that Mr. Misick knew that the payments originated from the developers as opposed to Mr. Charles himself, the Crown points out that there's simply no evidence of any commercial relationship between Mr. Misick and Mr. Charles, so as to sustain any suggestion that Mr. Misick might have believed he had received $83,000 or any funds from Mr. Charles personally. The Crown submits that payments from Mr. Charles lack any commercial logic, rationale, or explanation. And it is inconceivable that Mr. Misick could have received these funds without any knowledge as to their source. Deciding Mr. Misick's knowledge and intention in receiving the monies, the court considers the following circumstances. Mr. Misick, as head of government, was actively engaged in negotiations with the West Campus developers. There's no evidence of any financial transactions or relationships between Mr. Misick and Mr. Charles. There is evidence of an eagerness to accommodate requests of the developers and a willingness to be flexible in accommodating requests in relation to planning issues. From funds received from Mr. Charles, TCM was able to disburse funds to make payments for specific payees for specific amounts to specific accounts. These payments could not be made without specific instructions from Mr. Misick. Disbursements were made immediately upon receipt of funds from Mr. Charles by TCM or shortly thereafter. And the obvious inference is that Mr. Misick was aware of the receipt of the funds and gave detailed instructions for their disbursement. The court concludes that a compelling and inevitable inference to be drawn from all the circumstances of the case is that Mr. Misick was fully aware of the payments and the source of the payments and received the payments intentionally as inducements for him to act corruptly and therefore contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity as a minister of the Crown. The court makes this finding beyond reasonable doubt, expressly taking into account the previous good character of Mr. Misick. And accordingly, the court finds Mr. Misick guilty on the third count. Gentlemen, I see we are close to 12 o'clock. I don't know. This is rather, it probably is taking some, a great deal of attention for you to be listening to my voice droning on for so long.
Your lordship would like to break
I will have, no, I can go on a bit longer if counsel, you know. Do you wish to have a break, Mr. Lynch? I see.
No, no, Lord, may I encourage your lordship to deal with this Hanchell?
Okay, very well. At least we all right, I don't have to, do I need to rise? Very well, I'll wait in. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mr. Smith, yes. At least I will attempt to finish count 3 before I probably can take a short break to rest my voice a little. correct? Yes, very well. I see Mr. Misick is back. So we continue. So we now at count 3, and we now deal with the case against Mr. Hanchell on count 3. Mr. Hanchell is charged on the third count, together with Mr. Misick, that between the 1st of November 2006 and the 1st of May 2008, he accepted inducements directly or indirectly from the Logwood Development Company and related and connected entities, including Mr. Charles Allen Listenby, Matt McDonald, and Scott Boatman, by unlawful corrupt payments or other rewards, contrary to the ordinary rules of honesty and integrity expected of a minister of the Crown. The case for the Crown is that Mr. Hanchell accepted payments from the Logwood developers in the aggregate sum of $2,116,000. The thrust of the defense, which will be examined shortly, is that all the payments that were received by Mr. Hanchell were in fact loans and not bribes. Among the facts that the Crown alleges were, among the payments that the Crown alleges were corruptly made and received by Mr. Hanchell are 2 payments of $83,000 received from Harold Charles and paid into Mr. Hanchell's South Caicos PNP 2007 campaign account in November 2006. $400,000 transferred by TCM on the 16th of November 2007 to pay Mr. Hanchell's Amex card. And this was paid out of a check for $1 million received by TCM from Mr. Charles and deposited into TCM's Lead Bank client account. $1 million was paid to Saunders and Company by International Transfer Company, that's ITC, on the 10th of April 2008, out of which $840,581.18 was applied to pay off outstanding loans taken by Mr. Hanchell. Turning to the questions posed in the route to verdict, Mr. Hanchell does not dispute the receipt of the payments. He contends, however, through Mr. Lynch, that the payments were not bribes but loans. The court deals with the issue at paragraphs 676 to 678 of the judgment, which I will read. Paragraph 676. Whether or not the payments were loans is a question of fact. In deciding the issue, the court, as the tribunal of fact, considers the following matters. There is no oral evidence given from the witness box of any oral agreement between Mr. Hanchell and Harold Charles or ITC, or between Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Misick for any loan. There's no oral evidence of any terms of agreement for repayment of any loan. There's no oral or documentary evidence of any repayment of any loan. There's no evidence of any written agreement setting out the amounts of any loans, the disbursements, and the terms of repayment, including dates for repayment and interest payments, including rates of interest to be applied. There's no evidence of repayment of any loans from Mr. Charles or ITC by Mr. Hanchell. There's no evidence of any commercial arrangement or agreement between Mr. Charles or ITC and Mr. Hanchell. There is no evidence that Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Charles were friends or business associates who, by virtue of a close business or personal relationship, would enter into agreements for advancement of large sums of money, quote unquote, on a handshake. In short, there is simply no evidence before this court that supports the suggestion of defense counsel that the payments received by Mr. Hanchell were loans. The court is unable to infer from the evidence that the payments made by Mr. Charles and ITC were in fact loans to Mr. Hanchell, and the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that the payments were not loans. With respect to question 2, there is no issue that Mr. Hanchell was a minister of the Crown. Question 3 raises the issue of the intention of the developers in making the payments, and this is discussed at paragraph 684 to 688 of the judgment, which I will read. Paragraph 684. In deciding the issue of the intention of the developers in making the payments through Harold Charles and or related entities, the court takes into account the following circumstances: the size of the payments made through Mr. Charles, the timing of the payments in the context of requests made and papers and oral mentions presented to cabinet and decisions made, the disbursements of the payments upon receipt and the speed at which the disbursements were made, the apparent eagerness to accommodate requests made by developments for drawdowns of parcels of Crown land and mutations of parcels, the use of the letter agreements to create an artificial interest in the land in favor of ITC, so as to provide a legal basis to pass funds to the ITC for distribution to TCM and Saunders and Company for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell, and the fact that Mr. Hanchell was the Minister of Natural Resources responsible for the distribution of Crown land and the Department of Planning Commission. The fact of the payments, the origin of the payments and their disbursement for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Misick, together with the factors set out in paragraph 684, all lead in one direction to the inexorable conclusion that the intention of the Logberg developers in making the payment was to induce Mr. Hanchell to make decisions and to act in a way that was corrupt and contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity. Mr. Lynch perhaps unwittingly crystallized the issue when he asked if there was a need to bribe Mr. Hanchell, why use a conduit? Why not pay him directly? And this is precisely the point. Why did the developers find it necessary to pass funds through Harold Charles, even creating the letter agreements to endow ITC with an artificial interest in land, for which monies were then passed to ITC for distribution to TCM? It is the use of these indirect agencies and devices in order to make payments for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell that leads to the irresistible inference that the payments were corrupt and intended to induce Mr. Hanchell to act corruptly. The court therefore answers question 3 in the affirmative. Question 4 raises the issue of the knowledge and intention of Mr. Hanchell in receiving the payments. The issue is discussed at paragraph 690 to paragraph 704, and I will read from paragraph 702. Mr. Lynch has submitted that there is no evidence that Mr. Hanchell knew or could have known of the ultimate source of the funds which were channeled through Mr. Charles. For example, the loans from Henry Menson, HT Limited, and the loan from Belize Bank to Tesco, and the letter agreements. The court finds it inconceivable that Mr. Hanchell was not aware that the funds received through Mr. Charles and ITC were provided by the Logberg developers. The court considers that the circumstances of the case point to the inevitable conclusion that Mr. Hanchell was aware that Mr. Charles was channeling in funds on behalf of the Logbook developers. These circumstances include: there is no evidence of any commercial or personal relationship between Mr. Hanchell and Mr. Charles. There are substantial payments made by Mr. Charles and ITC to Chalmers & Co. and Saunders & Co., which were disbursed for Mr. Hanchell's benefit. Mr. Hanchell must have been in communication with Mr. Charles, directing him as to where the funds should be sent. Mr. Hanchell must have been aware in advance that payments were to be made in order to provide for the receipt of the payments. For example, the opening of the PNP South Caicos campaign account. Mr. Hanchell was a Minister of Natural Resources, actively engaged in negotiations with the Logbook developers. Mr. Hanchell was an active and, as suggested, astute businessman. He must have known that Mr. Charles himself was not funding the payments. As an astute businessman, he must have known who was supplying the funds to Mr. Charles, and if not, as an astute businessman and a responsible minister of the Crown, he would have taken steps to ascertain the identity of the provider. If he did not know the provider, surely he would have asked Mr. Charles himself, with whom he must have been in regular communication. As a responsible minister and a man of considerable means who did not need to accept bribes, as admitted, he would not have accepted these substantial payments without satisfying himself as to the identity of the provider. And if the payments were in fact loans provided by Mr. Charles, of which there is no evidence, as an honest and responsible minister, surely he would have disclosed them in his annual declaration. The court finds on the evidence beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Hanchell knowingly and intentionally received the payments as an inducement for him to act corruptly, contrary to his obligations of honesty and integrity as a minister of the Crown. Accordingly, the court finds Mr. Hanchell guilty on the third count. In doing so, the court expressly takes into account that Mr. Hanchell is a man of previously good character and is entitled to the benefit of the propensity limb of the divine direction. We'll see how far I can get in with the money laundering count. The money laundering counts are charged under counts 4 to 7.
No,
4 to 6.
I'm sorry?
It would appear the internet is down again.
Oh dear. Pardon? All right. Well, perhaps it's a convenient time. We'll break for 10 minutes and hopefully the internet issues will be sorted out. Thank you.
Notice of the act of confiscation. Not subject.
I am not in that case. I'm not in that matter.
So you are.
I have to get a separate between me and that. Station. Notice of confiscation. No, I just,
Is Chris Ozenda, we're not gonna be,
no, but even if you have
could you start before the kids hurt? Could you start before the kids hurt?
but you have to give notice. It will be stayed, so it will be stayed.
Shouldn't you come?
I want to pick three. Nothing but whatever comes in there. Why you rushed up? That's a man. That's a man. That's a man. Teenager man.
No, sorry, not. That's the last one that's uploaded on stage.
Yeah. Great, since September. Arrow. Turn on. Turn on. Turn on.
So you happy, yeah? That's the job. Remember Carmen? Remember Carmen?
You got it. Six, right?
Two, three, two, 706.
What did I just say? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Just right now.
Very well. We've now we're coming towards the end. We now turn to the money laundering counts. These are counts 4 to 7. They relate to TCM, who is accused of concealing or disguising the proceeds of criminal conduct of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell between 1st August 2003 and 31st August 2009. It is the contention of the Crown that during this period, TCM received into its client accounts bribes totaling $14,666,000 for Mr. Misick and $1,623,290 for Mr. Hanchell, which he distributed for their benefit. Originally, the indictment in respect of the money laundering charges was the subject of two counts. Count 4 in respect of Mr. Misick and count 5 in respect of Mr. Hanchell. However, following the written and oral closing submissions of Mrs. Smith, which the court accepted, the Crown was permitted to amend the indictment, splitting the time frame of 1st August 2003 to 31st August 2009 into two periods, 1st August 2003 to 8th October 2007, and 7th October 2007 to 31st August 2009. Counts 4 and 6 on the amended indictment relate to allegations against TCM of concealing and disguising the proceeds of criminal conduct of Mr. Misick, while counts 5 and 7 relate to the concealing and disguising of the proceeds of the criminal conduct of Mr. Hanchell. Each count will be considered separately. The defense made submissions which I have dealt with from paragraph 710 of the judgment. TCM, as he is entitled to, exercise his right not to testify at the trial and not to call any witnesses to give evidence on his behalf. The court draws no adverse inferences from the exercise of his right to call no evidence and leave the burden on the Crown to prove his case beyond reasonable doubt. Mr. Smith, in his written and oral submission, sought to persuade the court that the Crown had not discharged its burden to the requisite standard. In particular, Mr. Smith submitted that there is no evidence of concealing or disguising the funds. The nature, source, and location of the funds were known. The movement and disposition of the funds were clear and easily gleaned, as represented in the charts. There is no evidence of any circuitous routing of the funds to shell companies or to entities where the ownership was layered or otherwise concealed, and the disposition of the funds reflected their ownership. From these submissions, it is implicit that Mr. Smith, on behalf of TCM, accepts the receipt of the funds by his client and is not disputing that the funds were intended for the benefit of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. It is expressly submitted that the disposition of the funds reflected its ownership. Mr. Smith further submits that in assessing whether TCM acted to conceal or disguise the criminal proceeds of Mr. Misick or Mr. Hanchell, focus should be placed on the absence of any proven definitive reason for TCM's action. It seems to the court that in the absence of any direct evidence on this issue, this is a matter of inference to be gleaned from the evidence of TCM's actions in relation to the funds and the surrounding circumstances. Mr. Smith further argues that there was undisputed evidence that it was the practice of lawyers to receive funds into their clients' accounts and distribute them on their clients' instructions. Mr. Smith further points out that before the enactment of the Proceeds of Crime Ordinance 2007, there were no regulations regulating the receipt and distribution of funds by lawyers on behalf of their clients. Similarly, in respect of political donations, Mr. Smith points out that there was no legislation regulating the receipt and handling of political donations before 28 August 2012, when the Political Activities Act was passed. Mr. Smith directed his attack on the Crown's case with specific focus on the Crown's burden to show that the funds came into TCM's client accounts with the proceeds of criminal conduct on the part of of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. Mr. Smith contends that the Crown has failed to satisfy this burden or to prove to the criminal standard that TCM knew or had reasonable grounds to suspect that the funds were in fact criminal proceeds. The Crown submits that if the court finds Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell guilty of counts 1 to 3, then the funds paid to them and received by TCM would necessarily be proceeds of criminal conduct. It follows the TCM submissions that there's evidence that the funds, that there's no evidence that the funds received by TCM were proceeds of crime is untenable, since the court would have made a finding of fact that the funds were in fact bribes intended for Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. The court having found Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell guilty of bribery on counts 1 to 3, the Crown submits that the only question remains for the court to consider will be whether TCM knew or had reasonable grounds for suspecting that the money in whole or in part, directly or indirectly, represented the proceeds of criminal conduct, and whether he concealed or disguised these proceeds with a view to avoiding the making of a confiscation order or avoiding prosecution. In relation to the knowledge of TCM or whether he had reasonable grounds to suspect that the funds were proceeds of criminal conduct, the Crown points to the following matters. In response to a production order to produce internal records or ledgers showing the receipt and disbursements of millions of dollars, TCM has not produced any. A comparison between an account titled Chalmers, Misick & Co. Windsor West Limited, escrow, found in a USB memory stick on Mr. Hanchell at the time of his arrest, and the document found at the home of Mr. Misick by police entitled Chalmers & Co. Account Quick Report revealed different descriptions for what appears to be the same credits and payments. There is no evidence of a lawyer-client relationship between TCM and Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell.
Lord, I think you may have said
Yes,
found with Mr. Hanchell when you may have meant Charles Misick.
I'm sorry, I may have said.
Mr. Hanchell when you may have meant Mr. Charles Misick.
Where is,
In relation to the USB stick, I think.
did I? That's not, the USB memory stick was found on Mr. Hanchell.
No, Mr. Misick.
Oh, I'm sorry, well, that's my mistake. And the Chalmers & Co. Account Quick Report.
Was found, it had a Chalmers and Co. report, and the other one was found at Mr. Michael Misick's home.
The memory stick was found on Mr.
Chalmers Misick.
Oh, I see. All right, I'll make the correction
Thank you.
on. And just to be clear, the Account Quick Report.
There were two,
Yes,
and one was found on the memory stick in the possession of Chalmers Misick, and the other one, which was a printout, was found at the home of Michael Misick.
I see. All right. Thanks for the correction, Mr. We'll make the correction on the. Should the response. You making, yes. There is no evidence of a lawyer-client relationship between TCM and Mr. Misick and TCM and Mr. Hanchell. TCM was doing no transactional work for either of them. Monies received by TCM for Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell were vastly more than their ministerial salaries. In 2004, a minister received an annual salary of $105,000, increased in 2007 to $125,000, with $5,000 per month in allowances. In 2004, the chief minister received an annual salary of $125,000, increased in 2007 to $150,000 plus certain benefits provided for in the budget. The facts in relation to the receipt of the funds into the accounts of Chalmers & Co. and their subsequent disbursements by TCM for the benefit of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell are not disputed. These facts have already been recited earlier in this judgment and will not be repeated, except where it is necessary in examining counsel's submissions. We now turn specifically to count 4. Count 4 charges TCM with concealing or disguising the proceeds of criminal conduct, knowing or having reasonable grounds for suspecting that they represented, in whole or in part, the proceeds of the criminal conduct of Mr. Misick, with the view to avoiding the making or enforcement of a confiscation order or avoiding prosecution for unlawful conduct. On 4 charges TCM for acts of concealing or disguising the criminal proceeds of Mr. Misick between 1st August 2003 and 8th October 2007. Count 6 charges the same offense for TCM's acts which occurred between 7th of October 2007 and 31st of August 2009, I'm sorry. The court finds it appropriate to consider counts 4 and 6 consecutively, followed by counts 5 and 7, which concern the concealing and disguising of the criminal proceeds of Mr. Hanchell. In considering count 4, the court has framed the discussion with reference to the questions posed in the route to verdict. Question 1 is dealt with in paragraphs 796 to 797. The questions posed by the agreed route to verdict will be considered. The first question is, did TCM receive the funds directly or indirectly for the benefit of Mr. Misick? It is not disputed that TCM received the funds in question, except for the $3 million paid directly by HMDL to Boseman, which will be discussed shortly, and disbursed them for the benefit of Mr. Misick, as instructed by, quote unquote, his client, who on the evidence the court infers must have been Mr. Misick. How else would TCM know the details of the amounts to be paid and names and details of the payees? The second question is, did the funds received by TCM represent directly or indirectly, wholly or in part, the proceeds of Mr. Misick's criminal conduct? In considering counts 1 to 3, the court made findings of fact that the sums of money paid to TCM and disbursed for the benefit of Mr. Misick were the proceeds of Mr. Misick's criminal conduct. The court reconsidered its findings in the light of TCM's submissions that there is no evidence sufficient to satisfy this court to the criminal standard that the funds he received were the proceeds of criminal conduct. The court examined the submissions and found them to be unrealistic, untenable, and unpersuasive. Accordingly, the court rejected them. It follows that the findings of fact that the sums received by TCM and disbursed for the benefit of Mr. Misick will stand. Accordingly, the answer to question 2 is in the affirmative. The third question has to do with whether or not TCM knew or have reasonable grounds to suspect that the monies he received were the proceeds of crime. So from here on, the court has considered individually all the payments that were made. With respect to the $500,000 which was received by TCM from Unique Vacations Incorporated, the court has considered the issue at paragraph 805, which reads, TCM, as he was entitled to, elected to give no evidence or to call witnesses on his behalf. The court has no direct evidence of his knowledge as to whether the funds were the proceeds of Mr. Misick's criminal conduct. TCM's knowledge or state of mind at the time he received and disbursed the funds must be inferred from the undisputed evidence. Mr. Misick is TCM's brother, with whom on the evidence he was in contact and communication. TCM must have known that Mr. Misick was the chief minister and as such was on a fixed salary. TCM was receiving large sums of money into his client account from a company based in Florida, as UVI, for whom, based on the evidence, he was not doing any legal work. There's no evidence of a client-attorney relationship between Mr. Misick and TCM. There's no evidence that TCM was handling any legal work, any legal transaction for Mr. Misick. TCM must have been aware that the payments he was receiving was significantly larger than Mr. Misick's annual salary. TCM must have been receiving instructions from Mr. Misick to disburse the funds, otherwise he would not have details of amounts and payee information to effect payment. There's no evidence before the court that TCM made any inquiries of Mr. Misick as to the reason for the payments he was receiving. There's no evidence that TCM made inquiries of the sender as to the reason and purpose of the payments. There are no ledgers or files or records produced by TCM pursuant to production orders with respect to the payments and their disbursement, apart from the Windsor West escrow account found on the memory stick. TCM disbursed the funds for Mr. Misick's benefit within the same month he received them, that's March 2006. There was no client-attorney relationship between TCM and the PNP, and the disbursement of the funds were for the benefit of Mr. Misick and not the PNP, I'm sorry. These are considerations which were taken in or considered in relation to the 500,000 from UVI, but they are, with the appropriate changes, applicable to all of the payments that were received, so that I would not wish to repeat them, unless it's necessary. The court has examined each payment, as I just said, which was received and disbursed by TCM for the benefit of Mr. Misick. The payments are set out in paragraph 735, which which I will refer to briefly. On the first count, that's the count involving beaches, Mr. Misick received $500,000 from UVI in March of 2006 in amounts of $200,000, $150,000, and $150,000. With respect to count 2, which involved the Salt Key development, the total amount of payments were $11,850,000, and they are in the amount of $150,000, $2 million, $700,000, $6 million, and $3 million, which was paid on the 29th of July 2008. This is the payment which came from HMDL in respect of which went directly to Guzman and Associates with respect to the acquisition of the villa in the Dominican Republic. And count 3 is at the West Caicos payments. The total, as alleged by the Crown, is $2,316,000, made up of sums of $83,000 and $33,000, $1 million, $500,000, and $700,000. Each of these payments are considered individually in the judgment, and they're discussed and the conclusions are given. I'm trying to avoid repetition as much as I can. Having examined each payment received by TCM, the court drew the inescapable inference that TCM knew or had reasonable grounds to suspect that the payments were the proceeds of Mr. Misick's criminal conduct, with the exception of, and I made two exceptions. One is the $150,000 which was received from Ben Walkin as a retainer. I do not see that this would be the proceeds of criminal conduct, so it received no further discussion. And then there's a payment of $500,000, which was received on the 15th of January 2009 from HMDL, that's Harbor Management Development Limited, and purportedly for the purchase of 50 shares in the Solkey Golf Club Limited, which was held by Business Ventures Limited. I've discussed the issue at some length. I did not proceed to treat it as the proceeds of criminal conduct of Mr. Misick, simply because I could, from the evidence of Mr. Glendinning and his, but I wouldn't say it's an explanation, but the evidence he gave with respect to the particular chart which dealt with the disbursement of the $500,000. It is not apparent to the court that these payments were made for the benefit of Mr. Misick. So that received no further consideration as well. The only other comment I would make with respect to the $500,000 is that it should have been perhaps more appropriately dealt with by the court under count 6, having regard to the date of the payment. But I don't think that makes a difference in the final analysis. Questions 4 and 5 are matters of inference to be drawn from the fact that TCM was receiving large sums in its client account from persons and entities with whom he had no professional relationship, and disposing of the funds quickly for the benefit of Mr. Misick, with whom he had no professional relationship. The inference is clear that he was concealing and disguising the payments by use of his client account with the intention that Mr. Misick would avoid prosecution or the making of a confiscation order against him. Accordingly, the court found TCM guilty on count 4. And in coming to this verdict, the court has considered that TCM is a man of good character who is less likely to offend against the criminal law, having not done so and being a man of mature years. I turn now specifically to count 6. This count relates to the concealment or disguise of criminal property on behalf of Mr. Misick between 7th October 2007 and 31st August 2009. During this period, TCM was involved in the acquisition of the La 127 Seahorse Ranch in the Dominican Republic and received and disbursed $1 million from Harold Charles, which he received on the 14th November 2007, $500,000 from TCI Sky King on the 31st of December 2007, and $700,000 from ITC on 10th April 2008. Count 6 is brought under Section 124(1)(a) and (b) of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2007, which is differently worded from the 1998 ordinance. Accordingly, the questions posed in the route to verdict are different. The questions that the court considers to be relevant and must be answered are: 1, were the funds criminal property? And 2, did TCM know or suspect that the funds were criminal property, which to me is the crucial matter that must be decided. And the third question really is one as a matter of inference. Did TCM conceal or disguise the funds? So those are the 3 questions that the court has fashioned, having regard to the difference in wording of the later act. Question 1, this issue is as to whether the $3 million paid by Harbor Management Development Limited to purchase the villa, and the funds received by TCM from Harold Charles, Sky King, and ITC are criminal property, has already been decided by the court in considering counts 2 and 3. The second question has to do, which I said is the crucial question, has to do with whether or not TCM knew or suspect that the funds were criminal property. And this is dealt with at paragraph 902 to 904 of the judgment. Which I will read. The second question raises the issue of the state of mind of TCM. The court has already made findings of fact that TCM did all the footwork in acquiring Villa 127. He paid the deposit and the legal fees to Guzman and must have instructed Guzman to register Portela Investments in Panama, through which he would acquire the legal title. TCM would not have taken all these steps without knowing how the purchase price was to be paid. The irresistible inference that the court draws is that TCM knew that HMDL would provide the funds for the acquisition of Villa 127, and as the court has already found, would have been in communication with HMDL to provide instructions for payment to Guzman. TCM was clearly the directing mind behind the transaction. The court has already commented that there is no conceivable reason why Mr. Hoffman would seek to confer a benefit of $3 million on TCM, with whom there's no evidence that he had a personal or professional relationship. If TCM knew that the purchase price was to be provided by HMDL for the benefit of Mr. Misick, then if he had not known the reason for the payment, he must have asked himself, why was HMDL providing $3 million to acquire a luxury villa in the Dominican Republic for the benefit of Mr. Misick? If he refrained from making the appropriate inquiries because he did not wish to confirm his suspicions, then the tribunal of fact will impute knowledge to him. The court finds as a fact beyond reasonable doubt that TCM knew, or at the very least suspected, that the $3 million was criminal property, representing the proceeds of Mr. Misick's criminal conduct, and arranged for HMDL to make the payment of the purchase price directly to Guzman. The third question, which, as I said, is a matter of inference, is dealt with at paragraphs 905 to 906. In answer to the third question, the evidence is that TCM did all the groundwork for the acquisition of Villa 127 and coordinated a transaction with HMDL to pay $3 million to purchase the property. This was accomplished without the $3 million ever being sent to any financial institution in the TCI or any corporate body associated with Mr. Misick, and with the legal title being vested in someone else, that is TCM, through ownership of a company registered in Panama. The tribunal of fact has no difficulty whatsoever in finding as a fact beyond reasonable doubt that TCM concealed or disguised the $3 million on behalf of Mr. Misick, knowing or suspecting that it was criminal property representing the criminal conduct of Mr. Misick. With respect to the payments of $1 million, $500,000, and $700,000, the unlawfulness of these payments have already been decided by the court. The issue of whether TCM knew or suspected that the funds were criminal property, the matter is listed in paragraph 910 in relation to the $1 million payment are applicable to the other payments. The matters discussed in paragraph 912 and 913 are also relevant to a consideration of the other payments. So I will refer to paragraph 910. The court has to consider the inferences to be drawn from the following facts. This is in relation specifically to the $1 million received from Harold Charles. So the court has considered the size of the payment The fact that TCM kept no record of the receipt of $1 million into his client account and no reason was recorded for the payment. The absence of any client-attorney relationship between TCM, Mr. Misick, Mr. Hanchell, or Harold Charles, the disposal of the payment over a matter of a few days, and the disbursement of the funds to benefit the Premier and a minister who were in a position of influence to make decisions that may be favorable to investors or businessmen such as Harold Charles. And at 9:12, the court deals with question 2, which is the issue of the knowledge or suspicion that the funds were. I'm sorry, let me phrase that another way. Question 2 deals with whether or not TCM knew or suspected that the funds were criminal property. So paragraph 912, the court states, from a consideration of the facts set out in paragraph 910, the cogent and compelling inference to be drawn is that TCM knew, or at the very least suspected, that the $1 million represented criminal property. Why did TCM pass this $1 million payment through his client account? There's no evidence that he was handling any transaction for Harold Charles or legal work that would involve payment of a deposit or legal fees. $1 million is a substantial sum. Why did TCM keep no record of the payment and the reason for receiving it? Why did he disperse it within a few days for the benefit of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell in the absence of any evidence that he was handling any transaction for Mr. Misick, Mr. Hanchell, or Mr. Charles? Assuming that TCM did not know the reason for the payment, he could have made inquiries of the sender as to the reason for the payment. Mr. Smith Casey submits that TCM disbursed the funds or as instructed by quote unquote his clients, but does not disclose who his clients was or well, clients singular, was or clients plural were. The funds were disbursed largely for the benefit of Mr. Misick and Mr. Hanchell. If these were his clients, TCM could have inquired of them the reason for the payments. Since TCM elected to remain silent, call no witnesses, there is no evidence before the court as to the reason, I should say no direct evidence before the court, as to the reason for the payment, and whether TCM made any inquiry of his clients as to the origin and reason for the payment. The failure by TCM to make such inquiries gave rise to two possible inferences. One, TCM knew the origin and reason for the payment, and so it was unnecessary to inquire. Or TCM suspected that the money was criminal property and did not wish to confirm his suspicion. Having carefully considered the evidence, the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM knew or suspected that the $1 million represented criminal property derived from Mr. Misick's criminal conduct. In relation to the $700,000 payment from ITC, the court considered similar factors in inferring the state of mind of TCM, and these are outlined in paragraphs 920 to 921 and 928 to paragraph 929. The third question, as I said, is a matter of inference, and that is dealt with at paragraph 922. So having considered all the questions that the court has fashioned in the revised route to verdict, the court comes to I should say that the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM concealed or disguised the payment of $700,000, as well as the the $500,000 and the $1 million which he received. So the court finds that TCM is guilty on the sixth count. And in coming to this verdict again, the court expressly takes into account the propensity limb of the good character direction in VI. The remaining counts are counts 5 and 7, which have to do with Mr. Hanchell, the criminal proceeds of Mr. Hanchell. Paragraph 935, the court considers count 5. Count 5 involves the concealing or disguising the proceeds of the criminal conduct of I'm sorry, let me read that. Count 5 involves the concealing or disguising of the proceeds of criminal conduct by TCM for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell during the period 1st August 2003 to 8 October 2007. The disbursements by TCM for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell during this period, as alleged by the Crown, are $40,564.76, $645,741.02, $150,000, $100,000, and $92,000 on the 26th of June. That's the $92,000 payment was in 26th of June 2007. The $40,564.76 payment was part of the proceeds of the $6 million loan obtained by Mr. Misick and his wife and received by TCM on the 14th of May 2007. The $645,564.76 was made in 4 payments out of the same $6 million loan proceeds. These payments consisted of 2 checks for $100,000 and 2 checks for $368,241.02 and $77,500 to Saunders and Company in connection with Hanchell's acquisition of Unit 5, the enclave. 1 check for $100,000 was made to AL Services Limited, one of Mr. Hanchell's companies. The payments of $150,000 and $100,000 were made on Mr. Hanchell's behalf to Jaka Limited. These payments also originated from the proceeds of the $6 million loan. The $92,000 did not come from the loan. And I will read paragraph 940 in relation to how the court viewed the $92,000 payment. On the 26th of June 2007, Mr. Hanchell issued a check in the sum of $92,000 to Shamas and Co., which was placed into the Belize Bank client account. 2 days later, TCM transferred $91,905 to Mr. Hanchell's JNT Banker account. $92,000 paid by Mr. Hanchell to Shamas and Co. was part of a $500,000 loan from Saunders and Co., which was repaid with a $1 million payment from ITC to Saunders on the 10th of April 2008. The origin of the $92,000 was a loan from Saunders to Mr. Hanchell. Court finds that there is no issue here with respect to this payment of concealing or disguising the criminal proceeds of Mr. Hanchell. So the $92,000 plays no further part in the discussion. The court now turns to the 5 questions posed in the agreed route to verdict. The issues that arise in all these questions have already been discussed and determined in considering count 4. The court will attempt to avoid repetition of the discussion and the findings of fact that have already been made in relation to the receipt of the $6 million loan from J&T Banca. The court has already found as a fact that TCM received the proceeds of the loan. $6 million represented directly or indirectly, wholly or in part, the proceeds of criminal conduct. TCM knew, the court has already made this finding, or had reasonable grounds to suspect that the $6 million were the proceeds of crime, and TCM did conceal or disguise the $6 million. TCM disbursed $936,305.78 for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell out of the $6 million loan proceeds. The clear inferences that arise out of the disbursements are TCM must have received specific instructions from Mr. Hanchell as to the payments, including specific amounts and the payees. TCM must have known that Mr. Hanchell was entitled to have payments made for his benefit and at his direction out of the $6 million loan proceeds. And TCM must have known that Mr. Hanchell was receiving almost $1 million for a loan that was granted to Mr. Misick and his wife to purchase a house in California. From these inferences, the answers to questions 1 and 2 present no difficulty. $6 million received by TCM were directly or indirectly, partially for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell, and represented directly or indirectly, in part, the proceeds of Mr. Hanchell's criminal conduct. With respect to the mens rea of the offense, that is knowledge or suspicion, or reasonable grounds to suspect it. I'm sorry. The considerations are essentially the same as set out in the discussion of count 4 in relation to Mr. Misick. These include, there is no evidence of a client-lawyer relationship between Mr. Hanchell and TCM. There is no professional reason why TCM was receiving the $6 million proceeds of a loan to purchase a house in California. There's no professional reason why TCM was making substantial disbursements to Mr. Hanchell from a loan to Mr. Misick and his wife. And the disbursements to Mr. Hanchell had nothing to do with the purpose of the loan, of which TCM should have been aware, having signed a form of security for the loan. The clear and compelling inference from the undisputed facts of this case is that TCM knew or had reasonable grounds to suspect that the $6 million he received were the proceeds of the criminal conduct of Mr. Hanchell. The disbursements benefited Mr. Hanchell directly, indirectly by making the disbursements benefited Mr. Hanchell indirectly by making payments for his benefit that did not involve him personally, thus concealing any direct involvement of Mr. Hanchell in receiving illicit funds. One notable payment was a check for $100,000 by TCM to AL Services Limited, described as repayment of loan -- South Point Limited. There is no evidence of such a loan. There were 3 checks drawn by TCM for the payment of $350,000 to Jaka Limited, which was constructing a house for McCage for Mr. Hanchell at City Creek, Chalk Sound. South Point Limited was the beneficial owner of Unit 5, the Enclave Limited, which was set up to acquire the condominium on the Provo Golf Course for Mr. Hanchell's benefit. South Point Limited was registered on 17 January 2006 by Sharma's Management Limited, of which Windsor East Limited was the sole shareholder. TCM and his wife were the shareholders of Windsor East Limited. TCM channeled the sums of $77,500 and $368,241.20 to Saunders and Company to acquire Unit 5 condo on behalf of Mr. Hanchell. The indirect means through which TCM channeled the funds and the speed at which the disbursements were made for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell, in brackets, most transactions occurring the day after the $6 million was received, reveal an urgency to dispose of the funds in such a way that they were not directly traceable to Mr. Hanchell. In the circumstances, the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM concealed or disguised the funds for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell. The fifth question is a matter of inference. Why would TCM conceal or disguise the funds he disbursed for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell? The compelling inference is that his intention must have been to avoid a prosecution for the making or enforcement of a confiscation order against Mr. Hanchell. Accordingly, the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM is guilty on the fifth count. In coming to this verdict, the court expressly takes into account the previous good character of TCM and the propensity limb of the direction in Vi. We come to the final count, which is count 7. This count concerns the concealing or disguising of criminal property on behalf of Mr. Hanchell by TCM during the period 7th October 2007 and 31st August 2009, contrary to section 124(1)(a) and (b) of the Proceeds of Crime Ordinance 2007. Crown alleges that TCM concealed or disguised the following sums: $5,000 on the 3rd of March 2008, $400,000 on the 16th of November 2007, $15,000 on the 14th of April 2008, $125,000 on the 17th of April 2008, $19,985,000 on the 28th of April 2008, $20,000 on the 30th of April 2008, and $10,000 on the 16th of May 2008. Sum of $5,000 was paid to Roxanne Chung, a friend of Mr. Hanchell, by TCM on the 3rd of March from the $3 million TCM deposited into the Business Ventures Limited account on the 5th of June 2007. Out of the $6 million loan proceeds, out of the $6 million loan proceeds that TCM received into his client account on the 14th of May 2007. The $400,000 was made by TCM by transfer to GNT Banker to cover expenditure on Mr. Hanchell's Amex card. And this money came from $1 million received from Harold Charles some 2 days earlier. The $15,000 came from a check for $700,000 drawn on ITC, which was deposited into TCM's client account on 10th of April 2008, and was later split into 3 checks of $100,000, $200,000, and $400,000, and deposited into TCM's Belize Bank client account. $125,000. This payment was made by TCM by wire transfer to GNT Banker to credit Mr. Hanchell's Amex card. And this transfer was made out of the $700,000 received by TCM from Harold Charles on the 10th of April 2008. The $19,985 and $20,000 payment. These payments were made by Saunders and Company by checks dated 28th April 2008, and 30th April 2008, which were deposited into TCM's client accounts in TCI Bank and FCIB respectively. The source of the funds was a $1 million check from drawn on ITC on 10th April 2008 and deposited in the Saunders and Company client account. The deposit slip was endorsed Hanchell M. Deposit on Instruction. The checks to TCM were endorsed Instruction Hansel. The $10,000 payment was made to Roxanne Chang on the 16th of May 2008. And this was made out of the $700,000 which was received from Harold Charles on the 10th of April 2008. The court has already made findings of fact that the funds out of which these payments were made by TCM for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell were criminal property. The court now turns to answer the questions that posed in the revised route to verdict. Question 1, were the funds We're back. All right. I'm told the internet is back. So I was saying there's no professional reason why TCM was receiving the proceeds of the $6 million loan or such substantial fund from Harold Charles and ITC, and then disbursing them on the instructions of Ms. Hanchell. There was no professional reason why TCM was receiving these payments in Visa client account, and the payments were disbursed with a certain degree of urgency for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell. The clear and compelling inference to be drawn from the evidence is that TCM knew that he was receiving criminal property which he assisted in concealing by placing the payments into his client account. There is no documentary record of the receipt, reason, or disbursement of such large sums of money. Even if TCM was not certain that the payments were proceeds of the criminal conduct of a practicing politician who was in a position to grant favors to potential investors, surely TCM could have made inquiries of the persons making the payments or the persons giving instructions for the disbursements. These inquiries would have revealed the true nature of the payments. There is no evidence that TCM made any such inquiries. The compelling inference is that TCM suspected the true nature of the payments, but did not wish to confirm his suspicions. The court concludes beyond reasonable doubt that TCM knew or suspected that the funds he received was criminal property. Further, in answer to the third question, the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM concealed or disguised the criminal property for the benefit of Mr. Hanchell. It follows that the court finds beyond reasonable doubt that TCM is guilty on the seventh count. In coming to this verdict, the court expressly takes into account the previous good character of TCM. In closing, the court wishes to express its profound gratitude for the assistance provided by both Crown Counsel and Counsel for the defendants, who at all times performed their functions with high level of professionalism and forensic skill, while at the same time displaying candor, cordiality, and good humor to the court, as well as to their colleagues. And that, as I said, I tried to summarize it, but it's extremely long.
The question is next steps.
Yeah, well, there's just one little procedural step before we consider the way forward. Mr. Michael Misick, could you stand, please? As you have heard, the court has found you guilty on 3 counts of bribery. Is there anything you wish to say before the court passes sentence?
That's not, we intend to make a plea.
I see. Yes, all right. Thank you. It's just a formal step, you see, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Misick. Mr. Hanchell, can you stand, sir? The court has found you guilty of 2 counts of bribery, counts 2 and 3. Is there anything you wish to say before the court passes sentence? Very well. Yes. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Thomas Chalmers Misick. Sir, the court has found you guilty of 4 counts of money laundering, essentially. Is there anything you wish to say before the court passes sentence? You do so through your counsel?
Yes,
very well. Thank you very much. Yes, so that there are other matters now to consider.
Yes, we served, following your lordship's verdict, notices under the Proceeds of Crime Now Act, of the 1997 Act, as we were required to do to trigger confiscation inquiry.
Yeah.
We also have under Section 9, which I will give to my friends now, a questionnaire for the defendants to address, which your lordship will receive a copy of, and maybe Millennium Friends will have something to say about that. But that's to assist the court in identifying the assets of the defendants for the purposes.
Yes, I was hoping to get some assistance on that issue.
I'm
Yeah.
sure your lordship will. And then, Lord, the question will be, how long does your lordship wish to give the defence to deal with that? And what stages do you wish to take with the assistance of the learned friends towards sentencing in a way apart from confiscation, which will
Yes.
deal with or postpone.
All right. I have not dealt, I'll be candid with you. This is the first time that I'm dealing with confiscation orders and so on. In my, it just has not happened in my experience. So that I would appreciate whatever assistance that, whatever guidance and so on that you could
We'll
provide.
prepare a note on the law to try to agree with my learned friends.
Very well. So are there separate hearings for the confiscation order and the mitigation, or can we do them on the same?
Your lordship can deal with sentence before confiscation, which therefore means under the Act it would be postponed.
I see. Is that the usual? I thought that depending on one, it may affect what you do on another.
Can I assist you? The sentencing exercise can take place, but the lordship can't impose any financial orders. So, for instance, if a defendant is convicted and the Crown applies for a confiscation order, the court can't sentence and impose a fine until it has resolved the confiscation issue.
I see. In practice, but in practice, which one is done first?
The sentencing exercise.
The sentencing exercise comes first?
Because it's going to take, between us, it's going to take time to deal with the confiscation.
All right. Would you like a few minutes to discuss it to see what timetable we can, if we can?
Well, I think learned friends and the Crown indeed would like to consider your lordship's written. I'm wondering whether we come back tomorrow or Friday or even Monday. I don't know.
It's a matter for you, gentlemen. I'm at your
I'm
disposal.
in learned friends' hand.
On Monday, I will not be in the TCI. But I have not looked at the law that Mr. Mitchell said he will share with us. But logically, if he says that he cannot make a financial order independent of the confiscation, then to my mind, it impinges in the exercise of your sentencing powers, which we don't know what it is. It may include a financial penalty. Then, based on what he has said, I haven't seen the law that he comes to sentence in due course. It seems that you cannot engage the sentencing exercise because you may be considering financial orders, which he says cannot be done pending you engaging with the confiscation orders. I'm not following that part of the process.
Well, if I understand Mr. Mitchell, but I believe his position is that we do the sentencing first and then do the confiscation orders.
Yes, yes. I heard him say that too, but I also heard him say that if you cannot, or you ought not to, I think he said you cannot, make a financial order until the confiscation is also dealt with.
Yeah.
So I understand a financial order to mean if your lordship were inclined to impose a substantial fine. If I understand him correctly, that I see he smirked, but if I understand him correctly, that you cannot do that if the confiscation is outstanding. I don't know if I misunderstood what he said. I haven't seen the law that he has referred to.
Let me help learned friend. Section 5 of the 1998 law says that where a court makes a confiscation order against the defendant in any proceedings, it shall be its duty in respect of any offence of which he is convicted in those proceedings to take account of the order before imposing any fine or making any order involving any payment fine. So the purpose, if you are going to postpone confiscation, then you are postponing the ability to impose a financial penalty or deal with any financial orders until you have resolved confiscation. But that doesn't mean that the court has to postpone the sentence. It's just a question of the issue of whether or not there are financial penalties involved, and then we would deal with that issue.
Yes, but I understand what Mr. Peterson is saying, because the sentence that may be imposed, if it includes a fine, it would be a double punishment if you also have.
I agree with that, which is why confiscation.
Well, this is why I am suggesting subject to what, of course, the attorneys are, what their position is, that both things should be dealt with at the same time.
Let me note to that end,
Yeah.
could we take you up on the invitation for us to caucus a bit and come up with a
Yeah.
time schedule for your lordship? Give us probably 10
I'll
minutes,
be very happy. Would you like to?
10, 15 minutes, my lord.
Well, yes.
Yes, sir, that's all you require, 10, 15
Well,
minutes?
no, I think,
No.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Your lordship has taken a long time to give us a summary of your
Yeah.
lordship's judgment. I want to, if I may say so, take time with the entirety of your lordship's judgment before making any submissions.
Yeah, and you will receive this almost immediately. We do have the copies here.
Great.
Yes.
Given the fact that we got
So,
paragraph
well,
934, it's not something that's going to be read and digested in a matter of a day.
Perhaps it may be useful then for if you wish to have a look at it's long. It's about nearly 260 pages. I think.
It's a book.
Unfortunately, because of the volume of evidence in this case.
No, I understand that, Lord, and please do not misunderstand. I'm not making any criticism at all. I just want to make sure that I absorb what the Lordship's judgment is about, and how you've arrived at it. And we, of course, heard what you said by way of summary, but it's right and proper that we should consider it in some detail. May I invite your Lordship, unless you have other plans, that we resume before your Lordship on Friday morning with a hopefully a combined view. I've seen my friend Chief.
Could I just-
He wants to
Could
leave
I just have a,
Friday.
could I just have a,
Tomorrow. I was suggesting Friday only because I think what Manova just told me would be helpful if we had a discussion. And I'm not sure that we can have a discussion within a few minutes to be of assistance to my lord, but we can all perhaps agree to. So whether it is tomorrow, perhaps in the afternoon, I will not have a chance to absorb it in its entirety, but I have some flavour. But more importantly, I think what your lordship needs to hear from us is an agreed timetable. As to the kind of approach that your lordship is going to take.
Yes.
I would like to discuss that with the learned friends. I don't think we can realistically do that in a matter of minutes.
And this is, of course, part of the process. Your lordship recognizes that he has convicted this Misick of bribery involving just short of $18 million. Then Mr. Hanchell, $3.5 million, and Mr. Charles laundering over 13 million. One of the questions that we're going to have to determine is bail.
Yes, I was coming to that, but at first I thought that we could at least decide when next we can meet, to establish a timetable.
Well, a friend, Mr. Gilbertson wishes to, Mr. Peterson, forgive me, I keep Mr. Peterson wants to leave on Friday, if I can understand he won't. Perhaps we can meet the lordship tomorrow.
Fine, I'm entirely at your disposal.
To decide about the timetable. If there is a necessity to address your lordship at length in respect of bail, it is normal and common in this jurisdiction that prior to sentencing, those who plead on bail would get bail on the same terms that they appear to enjoy. Yes, really. So if my learned friend is going to make an argument about opposing bail, then please, I would appreciate it if you could say that rather than whispering from the front.
I think the answer is that your lordship's dealing with a highly unusual case, and it's entirely a matter for the court, not to be guided by Mr. Lynch about what may happen in other cases. But your lordship is looking at the facts of this case, the facts that you have determined, and what you consider as appropriate. That is the only point I make.
Well, I know friend will get an opportunity to make his points in due course. That is why I have suggested we take some time before it gets a little intemperate before your lordship, that we discuss it amongst ourselves so that we can come back before your lordship tomorrow, if that's what everyone wants. We can come back before your lordship tomorrow to address
The
these
issue of the
issues.
timetable. All right.
With a time,
Is there a particular time for tomorrow, gentlemen?
whatever is convenient to your lordship.
As I said, I'm
suggesting
entirely,
perhaps
at your convenience.
10 o'clock would work for me.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock tomorrow? Very well. Oh, Mr. Smith, yes?
Well, the issue as the timetable as far as my time is somewhat impacted on the course or the court event available. This has been a somewhat like that my mind need to take some steps which will send an information. I need to get an indication from the board. Or the board might this jurisdiction is normally very usual for person to face on a line after the issue. Yeah, that's usually for.
You see the difference?
Cases I've seen that done by already.
I know.
Case involving violence. So as far as I'm concerned, fix the timetable.
Yes, but the issue of the timetable, I am entirely agree with all of you that you can take your time and see what you can agree in terms of a timetable, and we can do that, record whatever your agreement is tomorrow. At 10, the issue of bail is a different matter. At least in the jurisdictions in which I have practiced or sat, which really are two, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, the practice is not, you see, once someone is convicted, the presumption of innocence no longer is in place.
Yes.
So that the usual order is, in my experience, for other jurisdictions, as I said, that a person is taken into custody pending sentence because there's no longer a presumption of innocence. You see? So that's the rule. And of course, the conviction at a later stage does not prevent you from applying for bail on the basis that your prospects on appeal are good.
That's understood.
You see, that's what has always been my understanding of the situation on conviction. So that, gentlemen, if you wish me to take your submissions on bail now, I'll happily do so.
Yeah. But we'll need to address well on that.
Yes.
Certainly, I see what time it is now, 10 minutes to 2.
Yeah.
May I invite your lordship to adjourn briefly so that we can gather our thoughts on the submissions as to bail, permitting the defendants to bail within the precincts of this building while we do so.
Well, I believe we do not need to take anyone in custody at this stage. The officers are around and so on. But they will not be able, of course, to leave the courtroom unless they're escorted to perhaps to the washroom if they need to go and so on.
Thank you.
Yes. So how much time, gentlemen, would you need?
2:30.
Yes. All right. So
I look at the staff because, of course, they would want lunch. So your lordship may, if you wish to consult with them, I don't know what their position is. I don't want to offend anybody who might want longer than that for lunch.
No. I think 2:30.
Would certainly suit us.
The staff is fine with 2:30. Yes. So we come back at 2:30 to consider the issue.
All right.
How are you?
Nanti parla now. I just stop. I am going. Oh, yeah. Okay.
We are here in
Lord, the formal and friend addresses you over a timetable in relation to confiscation, which we have agreed. Can I just simply, in light of your lordship saying for the first time that he had presided over a confiscation hearing, just help your lordship? As section 4 creates the duty to make a confiscation order and then sets out how that confiscation order is to be assessed as against the benefit from the proceeds of crime. Section 6 allows the Crown to give written notice, which we have, if it is considered that there may be also, because of the nature of the convictions, assumptions triggered, which then calls into question other income of the defendants, which is not explained. Now, we've triggered that assumption, but I've told the learned friends that by the 16th of March, we will tell them whether it applies in the sense that we consider we should only apply it to conduct that arose out of the investigation generally, as opposed to anything else. So I want to make that clear and put it on the record. But Lord, the reason why I brought all that to your attention is that Section 7 provides that where the court is acting under Section 4, which is the triggering of the confiscation hearing, and the court requires further information, it may postpone the confiscation hearing. The period of confiscation should be no more than 6 months from the date of conviction. But the Lord, subsection 7 of section 7, and this is the important part of what you're now dealing with, says where the court exercises its powers under subsection 1 or subsection 4, that is to postpone, it may nevertheless proceed to sentence or otherwise deal with the defendant in respect of the offence or any of the offences concerned. But if you move to sentence, you should leave out of account any financial considerations. So that summarises the position under the law.
What were you saying would happen by the 16th of March?
Well, I'm learning for, sorry, 16th of February, I think.
Oh,
The
February.
6th of February.
I see, yeah.
I'm going to leave Mr. Lynch, who I think is the convener for my learned friends on the issue of dates, so far as confiscation is concerned. But we have indicated that by the 16th of February, and if I'd said March, forgive me, we will inform the defence how we have calculated the benefit figure, taking into account changes in the value of money on the basis of the indictment. And also we would indicate to them by the 16th of February whether in triggering the assumptions there are any unexplained areas of the case which we would seek to include in that benefit. That's the position.
I see. Very well. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Lord. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
Well, can I, first of all, in addressing you, observe that these defendants, as your lordship now knows, have been in trial since December of 2015, one way or another. They were charged, certainly our charge 3 years before that, and it has been on bail ever since then. On any view, we know because there has been a judgment handed down by the Chief Justice of this jurisdiction that there has been substantial breaches of their constitutional rights. So a fair trial by an independent and impartial tribunal will be in a view. None of that, great respect for those who observe this case, it lies at the feet of these defendants. Even if some measure of blame could, on one view, be attributed to them for some small period of it, we are dealing with a very small period. Taking on any view, as I said, and I'm conscious of that. Whatever the position might be at play in your lordship's experience in Barbados and in Trinidad and Tobago, they are very different to here. The lordship is not sitting as a judge in Trinidad and Tobago. I know that the lordship wishes to take account what is already regarded as the law position. I don't want to overplay the position, but certainly on this side of the divide of the court, for those who have practiced things in a number of cases, particularly the gentleman sitting behind me, that's it. The position is that non-violent offences, nearly always attract bail pending sentence after they certainly that is the position here, it is the position in Bermuda, and to a large extent in the United States.
Is there any statutory underpinning for that position?
No.
It's a matter of practice.
It is a matter of practice, and what I would seek to draw your lordship's attention to is the distinction to be drawn between bail pending sentence and bail pending appeal. Your lordship will readily understand there is a significant difference between those two concepts. And with the greatest respect to your lordship's observations a little earlier, the presumption of innocence has no part in our respectful submission to play in the question of bail pending sentence. The trial is not yet over until your lordship has determined what the sentence should be. I'll come back to that. Not the vote. So the issues should be what they are normally in a case, taking into account obviously their because the danger of absconding is the greater, and it's perfectly reasonable for a court to take that factor into account. It's nothing to do with the greater perspective of distance. It says that the issues of stop. Is there a realistic prospect that if I give these men bail pending sentence, they're going to abscond? As I say, whatever the position might have been in this jurisdiction, leaving aside what I said, we believe is accurate. Whatever that position is, this is an unusual case on any view. My client has been on bail for 13 years. He can hardly remember a period of life when he wasn't on bail. Throughout that period, he has travelled extensively abroad with the consent of the Crown. He's had to surrender his passport and recoups it on each and every occasion he needs to travel for his business purposes that the lordship does have. There is, in our respectful submission, no real reason for believing that this man who has been on bail that long was likely to respond. The Crown, as they have told you, have served upon us a Section 6 notice under the plot, which is due to your lordship, I appreciate. But can I just put it in these terms? And I accept from the friend is going to tell us to the extent to which they're going to seek to rely on that when they advise us on the 16th of February. But as it stands at the present time, it allows them to look through the other end of the telescope at what monies he has had and make the assumption that it has all come from right. If that were so, your lordship will understand we would need to get a forensic accountant to look at the entire business for the last 10 years or so, in order to be able to displace the burden that is placed upon us against the presumption. But that's the position that we will be in. Now, I hope you will realise that's probably not a very important. How they see it. That places upon us a considerable burden in getting the material that will be necessary. In addition to that, the lordship should know that we, as is normal, as is often in popular cases, where the Crown will see Section 9 as they told us to do, provided that it's a lengthy questionnaire. It's a lengthy questionnaire set out on the 453 page, asking us everything about his financial position, from literally any asset you might hold in business. All of those financial our client again in a difficult and different position, but you'll need to provide a detail. Exactly how that but the combination of those two orders, the loan credit seeking huge benefit, you're going to need to make that the right it will take us time to be able to compare. I simply do not imagine how I could possibly do that if he is held in custody. It is extensive, detailed, and the facilities in this particular jurisdiction taking those conducive to. So I return then to the question of that. When I say this, you indicated in answer to question by that the position as it stands any financial whole penalty for backing those they should that be appropriate for us to consider the appropriate sentence. Our position is that your lordship should be sufficiently open-minded to our sentence, but not an immediate custodians is necessarily the outcome in this case. And if that is right, that to incarcerate them now pending that sentence would be wrong in our experience. But I say that and draw comfort in that submission from the fact that your lordship may well increase the case of Hall and Reed involved the deputy premier of this jurisdiction and a lawyer came before the court last year, in which they overturned the decision of the Chief Justice to legally incarcerate openly in cases that they faced. Now, I readily recognise that the deputy premier was facing something in the order of 1.2 million or so, rather than 3 point whatever it is billion outcome. And I appreciate that there is a distinction to be drawn between those. But in addition to the position as it was then for them, we have waited an additional 5 years to get to where we are now. So over and above the findings that there were by the Chief Justice, that there was a breach of their basic rights to trial, and there is that additional feature, which your lordship will have in mind because I made submissions about it at the outset of the trial. Your lordship has clearly taken a long time to provide a detailed account of why you found these independent guilty. But that's all time that they have had to wait for your lordship to readily. And so I do invite your lordship to, as it were, approach the question of bail at this stage, firstly on the ground that this is pre-sentence, not pre-plea. There are distinctions between. And secondly, that when considering the sentence, you should have a sufficiently open mind about the nature of the sentence, on one or more of these events, that you are not closed to the prospect that you have to serve an immediate term of custody. That is, if we're right about that, you want to keep open in respect to this issue. Should they should be open to persuasion to incarcerate them this with all that needs to happen between now and when you come to sentence. We would respect to commit them to bail is an appropriate course. In this exceptional case, as I said, given the passage of time, but the length of time that they have served bail conditions imposed. So those we respect are the issue. The timetable that we envisage is this. Sorry, I should mention one other matter. We are slightly concerned about the legal aid implications as well when it comes to dealing with the confiscation proceedings, because if it is a full-blown confiscation that Section 6 might envisage, there are serious issues about the extent to be extend is legal aid. That may take some time. All I'm saying is all of these are factors that the lordship should take cognizance of when considering them. Anyway, can I move to the timetable? Because the timetable, we respect this, is also contingent upon your lordship's decision in respect to bail. Because if you were so minded from the timetable as it is as follows. By the 16th of February, the Crown will have sorted out their Section 6 issues. That's the notice that they've sent and the Crown will include total benefit figure that they say has been derived from the criminal including the change in value of loan. So the overall figure, cost of change in value of loan, they're that figure by the system. That allows us to treat them. They're not obliged to do that in the ordinary way. Essentially, they are. It allows us to approach the questionnaire that we can ask, or should be asked, order section 9 question to be answered fulsome in a fulsome way by the 30th of March.
30th of March.
30th of March. It's a little time off, but that means it gives us the opportunity to support anything that we are saying in that question necessarily with together with the fact that we all have other commitments between now and that date. It's not something that can be done as a side issue. It needs attention. We are also in section 6 notice for learning and serving, even in its limited life, we will need to address those matters as well. Do that by formal confiscation notice will follow that. 3 weeks thereafter, the date. 21st.
Just 1 second, please. You're saying that the Crown will file a formal
confiscation
notice by when?
Statement, sorry. Called a confiscation statement.
Statement.
Yes, it's a statement. Using terminology.
Yes, statement to be filed when?
By the 21st of April. Tuesday, 20th. So that sets out what they say on the back of the questionnaires. We have answered what they say the confiscation should be. And it's a logical appreciation. On one hand, what's the benefit? On the other hand, quite separately, what is the amount that is available to meet that benefit?
Yes.
So that's the notice that they will serve as well. With a view, the hearing meets the launches being on the 4th of May.
That's a confiscation hearing.
Yes, confiscation, and if you're so minded, sentence. As I said at the outset, if sentencing cannot be dealt with at the same time, or your lordship has in mind to deny these pending sentence, we would ask the sentence.
Or confiscation hearing and litigation hearing, well, sentencing hearing.
We expect the lordship's initial reaction to should go together makes some sense, because although you are entitled, for learned friends pointed out, to deal with it separately, having the whole picture in the round will allow the lordship to give the widest possible consideration.
What date were you suggesting for the confiscation and sentencing hearing?
4th of May.
4th of May.
Anymore.
But if it is proposed that we should have that hearing, then shouldn't there be a direction then for submissions to be filed on mitigation?
Yeah. Your lordship can, of course, do that. I mean, I would have done in any event.
Well,
I mean,
but
I would hope to provide your lordship with some detail as to the position we would seek to adopt on both the confiscation and.
So submissions on both confiscation and sentence to be filed by when?
Well, it will need to be filed after the formal statement, 21st of April, which would give us, I would have thought, something for 28.
Submissions and sentence and confiscation by when?
the 28th of April.
28/04/26 by both sides? Oh, by,
Well, I think if I could put it like this, the Leonard will have served his full confiscation statement on the 21st of April. That will be their position.
mhm.
So that will be their, what they will seek to do to say this is the amount of set. And I imagine that's what they're going to say. In the absence of us being able to something. The extent to which there will be argument about it will be revealed, I suspect, in a document we file on the 28th of April. I would hope that in large measure agreement can be reached as to the figures. It's simply a question then how the lordship arrives at a determination in the light of whatever the submissions. There may be some arguments for more. There may be some arguments for more.
All right, but what I was asking, will both sides be filing the submissions at the same time? No? Does one go first?
I think they would want to have ours.
Yes, I mean, I think as far as sentencing is concerned, the modern position is that the Crown should give you some guidance. Now, there are no sentencing guidelines yet on bribery, so we would probably trawl through the region and the UK and put together a series of cases and assist you with that and try and help you in the same way.
I would appreciate that. But what I was asking is who goes first, or do you both go at the same time?
It might make sense.
I mean, I'm happy to prepare, depending on when you agree to do this. Because there are other things within the confiscation legislation that may cause your lordship to reflect on whether sentence should be delayed all the way until now we're into May. But we will prepare a sentencing note. I think it's the best way to describe it.
Okay.
It will simply give you some guidance as to authorities. Well, if we stick to this timetable, yes.
If we stick to the timetable, they would provide on the 21st of April. So at the same time, we respond to the
21st of April. So the sentencing note and followed by your submissions and sentence on the 28th of April.
We will provide you with a note dealing with confiscation issues.
Yes.
21st of April. Now that Melody Friend is
So the confiscation issues.
On the sentence on the 21st of April.
So I can do that. Yes, I mean, I'm content to do that before, and indeed it would help Melody Friends if it was done before, because then if we are doing it this way, that is your final ruling, they will have an opportunity to consider it before they file on the 21st of April. So I'll do that.
So yours, the Crown's note by the 14th of April. And submissions and sentence and confiscation by the defense on the 21st.
21st of April, and a hearing.
All right, but that would leave me no time to consider your oh, no. Hold on. The submissions and sentence, you say you will file by the 21st of April?
Yes.
And what is going to be filed on the 28th of April?
Nothing.
Nothing. So both.
Now agreed that we're going to, Melody Friend will file his sentencing note on the 14th of April. The lordship will have that as well.
All right.
We will respond to that and the confiscation.
All right. Well, that is satisfactory. And the date of hearing you were suggesting is the 4th of May. Yes. All right. Are there any further matters of setting the timetable that you need to deal with?
Your lordship probably should have in mind all the legislation before making final decisions for what you want to do. You'll remember that I reminded you this morning that if you were to sentence before confiscation, you had to leave out of account the making of any financial orders. But the legislation does go on to say that if you decide to sentence, you can then vary that sentence at the time you make the confiscation order to include any financial penalty.
So in other words, we could deal with mitigation.
You could
first.
deal with litigation sentence beforehand and bring the financial elements back in at the time of confiscation. That's subsection 7. It's 7, section 7, 9, and 10. I better read it because I don't think the learned friends got it in front of them. In sentencing or otherwise dealing with the defendant in respect of the offence or any offences concerned at any time during the specified period, the court shall not impose a fine on him or make any such order as is mentioned in section 5(1) B and C. That's all to do with costs and related matters. Where the court has sentenced the defendant, so this is before confiscation, during the specified period, it may, after the end of that period, vary the sentence by imposing a fine where a fine has not already been imposed, or making any such order as is mentioned in sections 5(1) B or C, so long as it does so within a period of 28 days, beginning with the end of the specified period. So that it allows for a variation on financial matters if you have decided to move to sentence. And I'm particularly conscious of my learned friends' submissions about length of time, about delay, and about confiscation. And the legislation enables you to settle to.
Yeah. Anything further, Mr. Lynch?
No, I'm providing us what is assisting the lordship. I've made my submission. To my mind, the lordship's initial reaction is quite joined to get overall is perhaps in this case, and maybe we need it in this case, a sense they wait very, very long time. That should be adding a few months now.
I see. Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, you wish to add anything?
I just wish to adopt the sentiments and expressions of my learned friend, Mr. Lynch. And to remind the Lordship that right now, Mr. Misick, bail is substantial. It's $10 million plus a further $4 million that's frozen or confiscated. Well, not in and out of the jurisdiction with the court's approval, surrendering his passport with
notice triggering a confiscation inquiry, and the questionnaires in respect of each of the defendants served under Section 9 of the ordinance. Lord, learned friends have sought to submit that sentence should be delayed till May, at the same time praying and aiding how long the delay has been. Your Lordship can, and the legislation provides, severing sentence from confiscation issues, particularly in a case where confiscation will be in significant sums and may be complicated. And your Lordship knows that the approach to bail when convicted of serious offending, whether violence or non-violence, is answered by, am I likely to impose a custodial sentence, and does that mean that the defendants may not appear? And that's the test we submit. It's no different here to the test that is applied in England, in Trinidad, in Barbados. There is no legislation. So that's a matter for your Lordship. Given my learned friend Mr. Lynch's concerns about wanting time to deal with confiscation, we would suggest that your Lordship moves to sentence, because that's what the offending requires, and deals separately with confiscation. If, on the other hand, you have been persuaded that you can deal with sentence and confiscation at the same time, then the timetable, of course, is agreeable.
Before we set the timetable, Mr. Mitchell, it was, if I understand Mr. Lynch correctly, conditional upon the grant of bail.
Yes,
Are
it
you
was.
opposing the application for bail?
The Crown's position following conviction is that it has no rule. It's not for the Crown to try to persuade your Lordship one way or the other when it comes to bail post-conviction. Your Lordship has to determine it on, we submit, well-settled factors. What is the likelihood of custodial sentence? Are they at risk of absconding? We would say that obviously the question of absconsion is one that you consider in the context of the conviction, the nature of the offending, and what you know about the evidence. And that's why now it's classically for the court and not for the Crown. I can't think, and it's 50 years this year, Lord, that I have ever taken the view that I should interfere with a judge's discretion on bail following conviction. It's a matter for the court. And I obviously, if you decide to grant bail, I will have something to say about the current conditions and how they should be varied, but that's a different issue.
All right, Mr. I may counter. I'm not at 50 years at the bar, more like 46, I believe. But it's the first time I've heard a prosecutor say that they don't want to be heard on bail.
Look, pre-trial and where there's risks that I can evidence, I would be giving you the risk. But after the court has heard a case over a number of months and perused the evidence over a number of months, you're in as good a position as I am to understand what the position is. If I had separate and apart from the conviction material that was to suggest that a defendant was going to abscond because I had information you had a fight booked somewhere, of course I tell you, but I don't have any such information.
I see. All right. All right, I've considered the submissions that have been made on the issue of bail, Mr. Lynch has pointed out that this matter has a rather unique history. That the first trial, I believe, started in as far back as 2015. Some of these defendants have been charged for 3 or 4 years before that. There's no history of any of the defendants, as far as I'm aware. None has been pointed out to me. Failing to attend at the trial when called upon to do so. I'm told that the conditions of bail are quite onerous. At least in Mr. Peterson's case, because as he has told me, the defendants have been permitted before to travel out of the jurisdiction and have returned when called upon, when it's necessary to attend. So that there does not appear to be, from the history of this matter, to be a very high risk or an appreciable risk of the defendants absconding, I mean. So that in the circumstances, although, as I indicated, I do consider it unusual upon conviction to permit the defendants to, or rather, not to take, to order that the defendants be held in custody pending sentencing. In this case, having regard to the peculiar features of the case, I'm minded to grant bail pending the sentencing of these defendants. I believe the usual order would be bail as before.
Well, no, Lord.
No?
I think I did say that if your Lordship is going to deal with bail, then there needs to be, in our respective submissions, some
Yes.
variation. This may take a little time because they are each separate. As far as Mr. McAllister is concerned,
Yes.
he's only been allowed to travel once, and that was for one particular purpose. I don't think he's been twice. Mr. Misick's conditions of bail are his own recognizance of $1 million, sureties, and there are 6 of them. One is 2.285 million, one is 100,000, one is 2.7 million, one is 650,000, another is 4.75 million, and the final one is 1.3 million. And we would ask that, given the conviction and the change of risk profile, that the sureties would have to re-sign to confirm their willingness to continue. And I also add that the value of the sureties is far below what we anticipate the confiscation figure will be, which is something north of $20 million. So we bear that in mind. We would also ask that the defendant live and sleep each night at an address which is notified to the police, and that he be subject to what is known as a doorstep provision, so that the police can check that he is there. He's currently subject to a curfew between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. The court may want to consider whether it should vary that. And he's subject to conditions that do not apply travel documents, that he not leave the jurisdiction without permission of the court, and he not leave Provo to travel to other islands within the family of islands without giving the police duty officer notice. And he has been subject to the condition not to travel or go within, forgive me, 200 yards of the port of entry. But those are his conditions, as I think they currently stand. Your Lordship may or may not be aware that Mr. Misick did leave the jurisdiction and was arrested in Brazil and contested his extradition. And so that was the contested extradition with him being in Brazil, and you'll want to be taking this into account in due course anyway, from the 7th of December 2012 until he was extradited here on the 7th of January 2014. Some of that time, not much, was spent on bail otherwise in custody. Mr. McAllister Hanchell has been subject to condition that he not travel abroad without notification to the SIPT and that they hold his passport. We would submit that that should change to not to leave the jurisdiction. He is subject to condition to live and sleep each night on the address which is notified to the police. He is subject to a surety, which is in his own recognizance for $175,000. The Lordship knows now the value of the offending that he was convicted in, and may want to consider whether or not that should be varied.
But at present, the sureties are in what sum?
175 of his
Oh, I
own
see.
recognizance. No, it is not.
In all, is there one surety
He has a
or
surety.
more
I'm
than
sorry,
one?
he has one surety.
One surety in 175,000. And you are saying the value?
Sorry, Lord, would you give me a
Yes,
minute?
of course.
It's two sureties to the value of $175,000.
Yeah.
I'm as good as my instructions. It's two sureties to the value of $175,000. So far as Thomas Chalmers is concerned, he has the following sureties jointly with his wife, if that's right, $400,000. His brother Washington Misick, $1 million. Claudette Gardner, $900,000. And his brother Barry Misick, $700,000.
How many sureties you have?
So
Four?
there are 1, 2, 3, 4 in the
Four.
total sum of
In total sum?
2.3 million. Yeah, $3 million.
2.3.
2 million in a total of $3 million.
3 million.
3 million. And he is to live and sleep each night at an address notified to the police. Again, as with Mr. Michael Misick, and I should have said this to McAllister Hanchell, we submit that it would be appropriate to have a door step provision so that the police are able to attend and check they are in residence. He is subject to condition to live and sleep each night in his own address. He needs to be notified to the authorities SIPT in court.
Are those existing provisions? I see. Yeah.
He's also subject, he surrenders his passport and any international travel documents. We do have them. And he's subject to a condition not to apply for any other international travel documents. Lord, he has been travelling abroad frequently, as has Mr. Hanchell. We would submit that does change now.
Yeah. All right. So in the case of Mr. Misick, you were saying your anticipated confiscation orders to what value?
The confiscation order calculations, which take into account changes in the value of money, are north of $20 million.
North of meaning more than?
More than $20 million. Yes, I mean, the best guess is 25 million at the moment. It's the benefit figure, as we will discern from your judgment, taken together with changes in the value of money. Mr. Hanchell's is then 3.45 million. Changes in the value of money takes it just over 5, we believe. Mr. Chalmers Misick is 13 million.
13 million.
13 million, taking into account changes in the value of money. Again, that's likely to come over 18.
And you to be sure, Mr. Hanchell, you were saying the value is expected to be about 5 million?
5 million.
I see. All right, thank you.
Those are all very approximate.
Well, if I could be be heard. I know Mr. Mitchell is flagging the benefit and the value, benefit and the likely confiscation. That would have been, in my respectful view, a very compelling argument if Mr. Misick had given a personal recognizance in that sum. Then the recognizance with the value of the benefit that he's referring to, that would put that at risk. If it was his personal recognizance, I could see that argument. But he has now 7 sureties of $10 million plus a further $4 million, which Mr. Mitchell probably did not refer to, that is being held right now. The point is that the recognizance, the persons who given those recognizances, given them taken to the court that they will use all their efforts to ensure Mr. turns up at his trial. So if one tried to really play with value, to my mind, that is really material if it's a personal recognizance with respect to that value. These bonds, these recognizances have been given, still valid. I don't know what is the valid to trial. I think, I stand corrected on that, but I think the recognizance will hold, unless it's a matter of law as well, it's still enforceable. But Mr. Jamal, my instructing attorney, has sworn an affidavit because he has interfaced with all sureties who have expressed their willingness to continue giving their sureties up beyond this point. So once those recognizances are valid, my respectful view is that your lordship could order that they continue. And the other conditions have been complied with, except that when Mr. Misick wishes to leave, he has to get the leave of the court and the consent of the Crown in order to proceed out of the jurisdiction. And he has done so at least twice to the Dominican Republic. How many? 5 times? Oh yes, and he just reminded me, he went to Europe too. So it's more than once. I know he had been to the Dominican Republic at least twice, and he just reminded me he had gone to Europe and returned. The Bahamas is next door. He went to the Bahamas, but it's next door. But Europe and return, one cannot ask for a better expression of willingness to continue participating in this process and submitting himself to the jurisdiction of the court. He's on a curfew, 3 to 6. I don't think everybody could go to party home at 3 o'clock anyhow. So, but he has been complying with that condition also. So ask my lord for the same terms and to continue.
The difference now, of course, as Mr. Lynch himself has pointed out, is that there is a higher risk of funding.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
But $14 million is a lot of money.
I know, but even so, I intend to tighten up a little bit.
Yes,
so, in the case of Mr. Michael Misick, the sureties could be increased if you require, but the total sum of the sureties increased from $10 million to $15 million. The same conditions would apply, except that he will surrender his passport and will not be permitted to leave the jurisdiction.
It's surrendered already, my lord.
Yeah, all right, but
and if he, yes,
I am lifting the condition that he would be allowed to travel out of the jurisdiction. That no longer applies in the case of all 3 defendants.
Yes,
all right, so that the provision to allow these defendants to travel, I am removing that permission, yes, pending the hearing and of the sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So those are the only 2 changes I will make to Mr. Misick's conditions. In the case of Mr. Hanchell,
yes, my lord.
The sureties could be increased if you wish. I see you have 2. Is it 2 sureties so far?
Yes, 2
but
sureties, my lord.
All right.
Yes.
But the
Can I know before your lordship?
Yeah.
So that your lordship is aware of the position, because it is very different from Mr. Misick's. He has been in and out of the jurisdiction over that period of time, probably between 100 and 200 times.
Yeah.
I mean, he has traveled prolifically without any difficulty at all, always returned.
All right. The only difference now, Mr. Hanchell, as you have pointed out, is that they are convicted and there's a higher risk of.
I accept.
Yeah. Yes,
So
all
your
right.
lordship was
So if the sureties could be increased, if you wish, but I am increasing the value of the sureties, the total value to $5 million.
5 million.
Yes.
Can I address your? Only for this reason, because if I may say so, it seems disproportionate to Mr. Misick's, for example, where the prosecution alleged something in the order of 25 million. His sureties are a small sum.
Yeah.
To go from $175,000 to 5 million is a very substantial.
But the estimate that I have been told of the proposed confiscation is $5 million.
Yes, there's a completely different issue. Then why not do the same for everybody? Where the
I am.
Well, your lordship hasn't done that for Mr. Misick.
Yes, I did. I increased it from 10 million to 15 million.
You need.
Well, it's a question of proportionality. I simply invite
Yes.
that at this short notice, then to have final surety to the sum of 5 million in such short notice is not going to be easy. And I would invite your lordship to consider whether or not it's necessary to go from 175,000 to 5 million. When, can I tell your lordship that there is 700,000 at least already being held by in an escrow account that the Crown are aware of in order to meet at least part of that value. And your lordship will want to hear argument from us, certainly in due course, as to whether it is fair that the Crown should be entitled to rely on not just the 3.2 million that he enjoyed, but the value of the money adding to it to make it up to 5 million, bearing in mind that it is not his fault that the trial has taken this long to come to fruition. And I appreciate the Court of Appeal have already dealt with that issue in part. But we have some additional submissions to make which are different submissions. And so if your lordship were minded to increase the surety, that the amount by some amount, I would invite your lordship to consider whether 5 million is really a realistic figure, or is it such a figure that in effect would deny it?
All right. I understand what you're saying. Very well. Having regard to the strenuous efforts you're making for your client, I will reduce it to 4 million.
Yes, thank you.
In relation to Mr. Chalmers.
Just 1 second, please. The other conditions of Mr. Hanchell's bail will remain, and including the restriction on travel.
Yes. His his passport will already, I understand from your lordship's earlier pronouncement that he won't be permitted to travel between now and when you come to sentencing.
Yes.
I think he understands that his address currently is the one that he's always happy. He lives in the house with his family, and he's always lived there. So there's no issue about going off to other islands unless it's for business purposes. We take into account, of course, exactly what your lordship is doing. I wonder if your lordship, if I can press a little just on this, that out of the 4 million, the 700,000 that's being currently held, we can deduct that at least from the 4 million.
That is a different issue. I don't think. You said that the funds are frozen?
They are.
Is that what happened?
Held in a separate escrow account by Mr. Ariel Misick. The Crown, what it amounts to is money that he has received as part of a pension that he had from being a minister in government, have been held in abeyance, obviously pending the outcome of the lordship's ruling in this matter. So that 700,000 is being held separately.
All right. So I'll order that it can be included in the 4 million.
And I'm grateful.
All right.
It's the first time good afternoon, we'll say I'm grateful to Mr. Lynch. Along those same lines, my lord, there's another $4 million that has been held in same conditions as the 750 Mr. Lynch spoke about. So if that could go towards the $15 million, then we look for 1 more million.
Well, this is
Because it's there, my lord, it's an escrow account being held as
all right. But in your case, Mr. Peterson, the Crown has estimated a proposed, well, an anticipated figure for confiscation of 25 million.
Yes, my lord.
So I'm not minded to make that order.
No, my lord, I'm not asking you to reduce the 15, you know, my lord.
No,
Just
but
talking about the operation of the
understand,
15.
your sureties amount to 10 million.
Yes.
And Mr. Misick, 4 million is being held.
Okay, so it took
Yes,
that into account
I
in fixing
did.
the 15.
Yes,
Oh,
so that the 4 million will not be included. The freezing of the 4 million would remain. And the sureties would amount to 15 million.
I'm obliged, my lord. I just needed to have, for sure, have it clarified.
Thank you. Okay. All right. And then we have Mr. Thomas Chalmers Misick.
Well,
Yes.
my position is that the amount of the surety bond should remain at $3 million. I hear prosecution have indicated that the confiscation amount is $13 million. But obviously, based on the facts that was ventilated in this case, to be hard pressed, prosecution be too hard pressed to $30 million benefits to my client. That involves double counting, and I'll ask court to take judicial notice of the decision in the appeal case.
I read it. Yeah.
Exactly, where they found no benefit in a similar situation as this one. So we asked that the $3 million would be for surety fee. We'd agree to obviously cease traveling between now and sentence. And we also have no objection to those.
Is that a new suggestion or was that part of the?
No, that was my additional
Right.
suggestion in respect to all three.
Well, how does one phrase that?
It's a doorstep provision, which means
doorstep?
the police are empowered to go.
Oh, you know. All right. So I will include the doorstep provision in all three, for all three defendants. In the case of Mr. Chalmers Misick, Thomas Chalmers Misick, the proposed figure suggested by the Crown is 13 million. I take into account what Mr. Smith has just told us, and I will increase the total sureties to $6 million. All right, the travel restriction, of course, will apply to Mr. Thomas Chalmers Misick as well. So that takes care of that.
Lord,
Yes.
two things. We did suggest that the sureties who are currently in place should re-sign on the basis that, first of all, my recollection is that their surety was until trial. The question is
trial,
now there's been a conviction, but I also added, and I think this is important, that when you got a feeling there's authority for this proposition, but I'd have to find it, but it seems logical that when circumstances change, the surety's contract with the court should be there, so the sureties understand that the court has convicted him, and therefore to re-sign their surety in the context of knowing that there's been a change in circumstances.
Yes, but I don't. Are they present here?
No, I don't think they are.
My sureties are here.
I see.
Some are. I don't know.
Well, I
whether they are,
believe
but they should re-sign these.
Some of ours are here, my lord, and some are not.
This is fresh bail. This is not a continuation of the bail.
I agree.
So they would. It ought to be made clear to them that the order now that I'm making applies to bail pending sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, the bail will expire upon sentence being pronounced.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? All right. So I take the point. The dates as proposed by Mr. Lynch will be part of the order. Yes, that's it, the 16th of February 2026 for the benefit figure to be provided by the Crown.
And the Section 6 issues.
Yes, on the 30th of March 2026, the questionnaire to be answered. Yes?
Yes,
The formal confiscation statement to be filed by the 21st, I believe, was proposed of April. Am I right?
Yes, I think we're going to need to make that 14th because we're supposed to respond to it by the 21st.
I see.
We can't have it on the same day.
14th of April, and also file by the 14th of April, the
Yes.
sentencing note.
Yes, so sentencing and formal confiscation on the
The
14th.
sentencing note by the Crown, yes, we have that, the 14th of April 2026. Submission and sentence and confiscation by the defense by the 21st of April 2026.
Yes, indeed.
The hearing is set for the 4th of May 2026.
Would your lordship, at this stage anyway, assign 3 days for that, please?
That you are all I have to do. So you have.
Well, only because I don't want everyone to think it's just single days here.
Oh, I
It may be, but allocation in terms of court facility and so on needs to
Very well.
be for more than 1 day. Because if there is to be dispute about any of these issues, and law to be looked at, your lordship will need more than 1 day.
Yes, what day of the week is it for?
It's a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday?
Monday.
It's a Monday. Well, let's say that week is set aside
Very well.
for the confiscation here. Yeah. Gentlemen, is there anything else we should?
And I just, because I know that sometimes there are misunderstandings with the taking sureties here. Can we be quite clear? The lordship has ordered that the surety, so far as my client is concerned, is 3.3 million. Bearing in mind that 700,000 that you deducted from the forward originally.
I see, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's being held, and we know that that's being held
Yes.
all the time.
And the 700,000.
The actual order is the surety is to the sum of 3.3 million.
Yeah,
I'm grateful.
thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, it's a pleasure as
Your
usual.
Liberty
Yes.
to apply to all parties, just in case timetables slip, to be
Yes.
notified to the court by email for your
Please
lordship
do.
to make a decision in writing.
Pardon me?
For your lordship then to make a decision in writing, so we don't need to appear unless it's necessary. I think we'd all like liberty to apply. So if we need time, if people feel that the timetable may
All right.
slip.
Liberty to
simply-
apply to be included in yours.
Thank you, Lord.
Yes. Very well, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Is it best submission in the 2D?
Oh, I'm sorry, I need a formal order under section 9 from the court, the defendant responds to the questionnaire, because that is the full page in the order. Sorry,
Sorry, you need a formal order.
I just,
But didn't we just order that the questionnaire be
Please.
Yes, I mean,
to be answered by the 30th of March, 2026?
as long as your lordship realizes that it's the questionnaire that I've served, because section 9, the court, an order under subsection 2 may require all orders. So it's an order made by the court.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Lord.
Very well, thank you. All right. Don't know what's happening, but thank you very much.
Sergeant sleeping on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that, but just one. Order. No, that's fine. Just stand by. We will. When to get to gather all the charities, so as soon as I'm walking across, come across the mission. Yeah.
I mean, no, it's okay. Jamal, what is it, the arrangement? What is the arrangement with the day? How then? No, no, where the accused are the
Normally the
yeah, we're trying Where's that?
For you, this is my gift to you.
Yeah, what a dish.
I thought you see why you're my senior
The
counsel.
same as never, the same as never look at gift horse in the mouth. I'm looking at this gift horse in the mouth.
How you can say it is the device.
Yes. If you allow me.
Yeah, like that. Right. Yeah, not. Yeah. That one?
I'll be charged for reading that for a while.